Good morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome once again to the AISS 2021. It is day three and also the final day of this 3 day webinar. And we hope you're all keeping safe and healthy. It is the pandemic time. We request you to follow COVID appropriate behavior and stay healthy and fine. And like I said, it is day three of the AISS 2021, where we once again promise you a day which is going to be full of learning and meaningful discussions. We would like to begin by extending a very warm welcome to all of our delegates and speakers and sponsors, exhibitors, all of our partners who have helped us making this program a success. And thank you for your support. We'd like to begin by thanking you all. And of course, we'd also like to congratulate the winners of the DSCI Excellence Awards 2021. All of you who've won totally deserved it. And thank you for being a part of AISS 2021. Once again, heartiest congratulations from the entire team. Now, before I begin, I'd also like to remind you that the leaderboard is where you can accumulate gold coins, points. If you can see on the top right corner of your screen, there is a stack of gold coins, which is the leaderboard. You can refer to the points distribution chart and find out how you can accumulate more and more coins before AISS 2021 wraps up. And there is still opportunity the entire day. All you have to do is be active on the platform and be a part of AISS 2021, and the top three winners get to win cash prizes. And of course, please feel free to share your feedback, your experience on social media using the hashtag AISS 2021. Do not forget to tag us at the rate DSCI_connect. That's our Twitter handle. So that's what you can do. You can also tag us online and share with us your experience at AISS 2021. Of course, feedback is welcome so that we can serve you better in future. And like I've been saying for the past 2 days, we are virtual. That does not by any means mean that there is not opportunity for networking. There is immense opportunity for networking. You can go to the lobby and you can definitely meet and interact with your peers on this platform called as AISS 2021. And with that, without any further ado, let us begin with our first session today. It is the plenary session on fraud frontiers, rising digital footprints, and fraud possibilities. Now, this plenary session, we are being joined by this morning Mr. Anuj Bhansali, Head of Trust and Safety at PhonePe, Dr. Bal Singh Rajput, DCP Technology and Crime Prevention at Mumbai Police, will also be sharing with us his expertise. Dr. V. Sridhar is Professor Center for IT and Public Policy at CIT International Institute of Information Technology, BAR, and Tamagna Basu is co-founder and CEO at Data Secure. So that is once again an esteemed panel joining us this morning, and Dr. B. Sridhar will be moderating the session for us. So without any further ado, let me hand it over to you, Dr. Sridhar, to take this panel discussion forward.
Thank you very much, Samruddhi. Thanks for your warm welcome, and many thanks to NASCOM DSCI as well as the organizers of AISS 2021 for organizing this particular plenary session on fraud frontiers, rising digital footprints, and fraud possibilities. Right. So we have seen, rising digital footprints, especially in fintech, health tech, because of COVID and other reasons in the recent times. But associated with these digital footprints are also cyber crimes, cyber frauds, which are happening over a period of time. So in the last 2 days, you must have heard from various speakers on very specific cyber frauds and cyber crime happenings in the country and worldwide. But today we have an esteemed panel which will go into some of the details. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Bal Singh Rajput, as Samruddhi has said, is the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Technology and Crime Prevention at Mumbai Police. So he has first-hand experience of building some 51 cyber labs and 43 cyber police stations for cybercrime investigation in the state of Maharashtra. He has led the implementation of the automatic multimodal biometric identification system project. He is also a key member of the team of Maharashtra Cybersecurity Project for the development of an integrated cybersecurity environment for the state through Maharashtra Computer Emergency Response Team, predictive policing solution, and setting up Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity. He was also part of the cybersecurity delegation of India to Israel in 2016 and Estonia in 2019. He's the team lead of Maharashtra Cyber Digital Crime Unit to develop anti-piracy solutions, which won the IP Champions Award of the USA Chamber of Commerce. He is a Sherning Cybersecurity Fellow 2017 of UK, an International Visiting Leadership Program Fellow of the US for Cybersecurity in 2019. Dr. Paul Singh Rajput has a PhD from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. So I hereby welcome Dr. Rajput onto the stage, and we would like to hear from you, sir, on some of the popular crimes which are on the rise in India and elsewhere. Especially, we have seen a huge exponential growth of ransomware and phishing attacks in the recent times. So, can you please throw us some light for about 5 minutes or so on this? Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Uh, Thank you, sir, for a nice introduction, sir. Uh, India, being one of the populous country, and internet penetration has gone deep. Uh, if you see, the rural areas also are well penetrated with the internet due to revolution in mobile phone technology and spread of wireless networks. So if you see for last 20 years, how the cybercrime have progressed in India, the law came in 2000, and from 2000 onwards, if you see the statistical figures, it is growing by 100 percent each year. So this every year, even though the portion in a total crime volume of cybercrime is less, but it is alarming that it is growing in exponential speed is the first point. Second point is that the crimes that were happening offline now are happening online. As 5 years before, the financial transactions were not penetrated well and were not happening through mobiles and were not available on fingertips. Now the financial transactions are available on fingertips. The financial frauds have grown exponentially. If you want to see that which crimes are trending in India, first is online and social media frauds is the first. Second, the financial frauds through online means. Third is hacking or damage to the computers, particularly data leaks, data we can say stealing is a third important crime. Fourth one is online gambling and online loan apps that are creating rampant cheating. Then the fifth one is crypto currency crime is also draining the wealth of India. There are genuine coins, there are fake coins, and from 2016 onward, many people have been duped. Then ransomware for last 5 years has hit many important businesses, including the critical infrastructure like JNPT and some of the medical installations. And then last one is cyber terrorism through social media. If you see, there are everyday Twitter trends which are being conducted to manipulate the opinion, manipulation during the election, manipulation for a cause to create law and order. These are the important, we can say, crimes that are happening. Now, coming to the second part of the question is about ransomwares and phishing. Yeah, first I will tackle the phishing. Phishing has grown into a organized crime. Not now. It is not done by a single person. Now there are call center coming up. There are gangs particularly situated, and some places in India like Mewat, like Bharatpur, like Girib, like Jamtara, some part of the Noida, some part of Mumbai have come up as an cottage industry, and the how the erstwhile gangsters were controlling the areas. Now these online syndicates are specializing. Some are specializing in sextortion, some are specializing in OLX fraud, some are specializing in debit credit fraud, some are specializing in matrimonial frauds. So this is the quantum and the way the fishing industry, particularly now we have to call it a fishing crime industry, because its turnover is huge in India. And the people who are involved are not well illiterate, but there are classes, and you will be amazed that there are training classes going on, that how to conduct the fishing crime. So this is very alarming and very shocking from a common man's point of view, and even from law enforcement point of view. We need a very thorough and very dedication and resolute action against the, if you want to see the digital lessen the digital divide and grow the digital footprints of India. Second, coming to ransomware, I will finish in 30 seconds, sir. Ransomware is one of the most complicated and unsolved crime till date in India. I have not seen a single case detected and resolved and taken to the logical conclusion elsewhere also in the world regarding ransomware. There are few attributions, but attribution is the most important aspect in criminal investigation, and that is very difficult in case of ransomware. Maybe due to the encryption, maybe due to the anonymity of the networks, like using Tor and all things, or maybe the way the payload is dropped. Due to all these things, the ransomware has become one of the most, we can say, a lethal weapon in the arsenal of the criminals, particularly the international syndicates who are targeting particularly few countries and few establishment, particularly critical national critical establishment. It has become a lethal weapon. So that is my view, and the only thing presently we have, apart from having some solutions that are on technology side, we have the most important aspect that we can contribute is awareness and cyber hygiene to of the people working in a organization or in a society. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajput. You have given a very good beginning to this particular session. In fact, you have mentioned the increase in cyber crimes, especially in the areas of ransomware, phishing, and you also discussed about this, how it has become an organized crime, especially in places like Mewar, Rajasthan, and so on. Right. So it is very shocking to in fact listen to you saying that there are classes which are being held for these purposes. So it is really shocking. And you also pointed out some of the challenges in cyber forensics, especially in the case of ransomware. So we'll come back and discuss with you more on this later. So next, I will invite Mr. Anuj Bansali, who is the head of trust and safety, financial crime at PhonePe. So he has been involved in the anti-fraud financial crime domain for the past decade and oversees areas related to trust, identity, safety, security, with the focus on securing millions of users doing a billion plus transaction. He works on building scalable systems and fraud detection platform to reduce customer risk. So prior to PhonePe, Anuj worked at Flipkart as product manager for trust and safety and helped build products to detect and solve issues relating to e-commerce such as fake reviews, return frauds, and seller frauds. He has a postgraduate diploma in industrial management from NITI Mumbai. I'm also an alumni of Mumbai, though many, many years before Anuj possibly graduated. So welcome, Anuj. And I would like to invite you to throw some lights on digital payments, how PhonePe and other fintech companies have been experiencing exponential growth in the sector and the associated attacks and prevention mechanisms in the fintech space. Over to you, Anuj.
Thank you, Sridhar sir, and rightfully said, you're a very super senior to me. So thanks for having me on this panel. So I would like to break the topic into three major streams. Let's first talk on the growth side, right? Uh, India has seen an exponential growth, right? It has retained the top spot with close to 25.5 billion real-time payment transactions, followed by China, which is close to 15.7. So at a scale level, I think we have significantly changed the landscape of the digital payments. The changes primarily came due to, low cost of smartphones, low prices of 4G data points, which enabled millions of Indian customers to switch from your basic phone to smartphone now. The lead of the digital payments, or the reason for growth, also started over the past decade or so, primarily, and we have seen in the last 5 years it has exploded out really, really well. So it started with convenience, ease of use case. So it started with your e-commerce, then with remittances, which was like, say, people traveling abroad, etc. Then it's moved to digital commerce, which was people moving from your physical stores to recharging and bill payments, making offline merchant payments, right, from their phones itself. The next phase is also going to come from the digital credit line, something like a buy now, pay later, etc. Products that are getting launched. If I look at the last year, the total digital payment transactions reached close to 55 billion, right, in terms of the number. This year, and this is combining all the digital payment modes in India, right? So this is we are looking at close to 70 billion. In UPI itself, we were at 22 billion, and this year we are looking at 45 billion transactions that are happening around. And it includes everything from small value 10 rupee transactions to large value 1 lakh to, mutual fund investments and everything over there. Still, cash is 10x, I think, which is close to 30 lakh crores or so in the Indian economy. So I believe that the digital payment ecosystem is still up for growth phase, up for the next decade or so. On the merchant side, if you look at it, it's just 50 million merchants, 25 million or so on a phone pay itself has as the merchant network around. Uh, the UPI networks is invariably or coming close to surpassing the credit card and debit card transaction volumes together in terms of the merchant transactions itself. Your new innovations like BNPL, digital credit lines, which has got less to do with credit, more to do with the convenience. I think they will take the rise of consumerism up to very, very high. And the transaction volumes that we're seeing is going to further explode. With that, the problem starts towards the attacks on the fintech space, right? And what can we do? Again, over here, would like to actually break it down into two major parts. One is your security, channel security, or the infrastructure, and the infosec or the cyber security as an aspect out. I think India has done a fantastically well job in terms of defining the standards, building out the core network securities. You have two-factor authentications. Almost India has one of the very, very lowest chargeback rates. At a channel level, what we have seen is there aren't much of a hacks that are happening in terms of the network level security out. Cyber security incidents that we see that Sir was also mentioning about, such as data leaks, etc., most seem to be stemming from the player level rather than an infrastructure level issue, which definitely needs to be tightened up, but really haven't seen across a very, very large volume of fraud per se or a financial loss happening. I think the last one was around somewhere on the Swift payment system in one of the banks that we had seen. But overall, if I were to say that is the security a major concern of the payments, technically the answer is no. What, however, is a concern is the frauds, right? And the frauds, as this sir was mentioning, right? Fraudsters have a unique way of collaborating. They are working together much better than I think we are, and they are doing classes, they are doing trainings, they are putting up, certain areas are only for this kind of a fraud. So there is a proper organized crime there. However, as per RBI, the total volume of fraud being reported for the FY 2021 across all digital channels is just 74,000 incidents, and volume-wise, it's just close to 200 plus crores. I believe that's a minuscule amount as compared to the overall, but I also believe that that is not the correct picture out. If I look at the I4C or the MHA portals or the NCRB reporting, the amount of frauds being reported are actually a little bit on the higher side. Most of the frauds that we see are happening through social engineering. There are certain identity theft case, there are account takeover case which get compromised. Uh, the fake call centers, fake websites, social engineering, the low value frauds actually take the count to be much higher, and the inconvenience cost to consumers is still much, much higher. I do believe that almost all of us have received a fraud call somewhere where somebody says that your KYC is expiring, your SIM card is going out for it will not get serviced, or I'm calling from a player X and you have won cashback, or an SMS where it says that you have received that and you can earn part-time jobs, all right? And then it's taking to us a gambling website, to those loan apps, etc. So overall, in the digital payment space, I do believe that frauds are starting to become a concern, even though with network level security of 2FA, etc. So we'll definitely have to figure out the right mechanisms to attack these problems.
Okay. Thank you, Anuj. So it is heartening to note that the infra security, especially in the fintech sector, the channel level securities are robust, and that we have done a good job. But of course, the social engineering attacks are on the rise, and therefore we have to, curb them, as Dr. Rajput has pointed out. So we'll come back to you, Anuj, later on some of these aspects. So next, We have Tabagna Basu as one of the panel speakers. And Tabagna Basu is the co-founder of Data Secure. This is a startup that provides solutions to businesses to protect and secure data assets. Is an accomplished cybersecurity and AI ML expert, mentor at Stanford University and advisor to GIET University, winner of multiple innovation competition, hacking challenges, and hackathons in the industry around the world, from MasterCard, IBM, FIS, PwC, Mobi, and so on, Government of India, and many more. He's a graduate of Science Technology Institute, specializing in information security, cybersecurity training, and certificates. So, Tamagna, welcome to this particular session, and I would like to you to specify, specifically adversarial AI, which you have innovated and which you do it for protecting your customers and data assets. So I would like to throw some you to throw some lights on adversarial AI and also some behavioral analysis that you do as part of your services. Over to you, Tamagna.
Sure, great. Thank you, sir. It's indeed a privilege to be here along with other, eminent panelists. Um, so as you said, I think there are very good, strong points which Dr. Rajput and Anuj has pointed out. I think social engineering is on the rise. That's one of the most critical concern. And when you say social engineering, if you talk about the deep underlying issue, which is the identity fraud and the account takeovers, right? Uh, so how can I impersonate you? How can I actually steal your identity and pretend that I'm you? And if I can successfully do it in various channels or various platforms, definitely I will be able to do whatever transactions possible on behalf of you. Now, when I say transaction, I'm not specifically talking about fintech. It's about in general every digital transaction I'm talking about. Be it logging to your social account, be it your healthcare data, accessing your healthcare data, be it even probably you know uh, obviously the payment aspect of it, right? Because your identity is compromised. Now, as I said, technology is for mankind, right? It shouldn't be the other way. So what happened is, obviously we have been doing a lot of innovations. We have been going more digital, and as Anuj pointed out, I think the penetration of digital device, to be precise, the mobile phones are so high that even a person who doesn't have enough probably understanding of how to operate computers, they are still good at with smartphones, right? So with this, what is the problem is happening that that opens Pandora's box in terms of innovative attacks. Now, adversarial AI is nothing but how you can use AI for uh, offensive purpose, right? How you can use AI has artificial intelligence is nothing but is less a set of algorithms. That's what I prefer to believe, and you can use it for both as an offensive as a defensive, right? So initially it was mostly used and still used for anomaly detection point of view, but nowadays we've been seeing that you can use it for kind of doing different kind of offensive or attack. And as you know, just to put a name to that, is deep fake is one of the most most kind of innovative attack which I've seen a couple of years back. Where I can actually create a fake video of somebody, and if that gets circulated, that has multiple ripple effects. And as Dr. Rajput has pointed out, this can go to social biasing, this can go to social engineering, this can actually go to any point to convince anybody to do anything, right? So AI using adversarial AI, not only you can create fake videos and circulate. Even last year, I've done a research where you can do it in real time. So where actually it is highly possible today, even for example, if I can tell you that this call, instead of me presenting, it could be my clone is presenting, when attending this call, and you're having a conversation with an avatar, with a bot, I would say, who actually looks like me and who talks like me, and even it makes sense. It's not like normal chit chat, but probably with enough amount of knowledge and understanding of the domain, which probably I would have, right? And this is highly possible today with this advent of GPT-3 models, the new NLP models. You can train your model with your knowledge base, and that's exactly I have kind of done last year, and and I myself got scared with the result. So essentially, the idea is it actually can create a bot, and I've done it a simulation where I put my image, which actually talks to you in a real time, and I've simulated an attack of something called asking for money. So it's like, it's an attack, or it's like I'm stuck in London. Like if you know, 10 years back there was a stuck in London attack came, which is the scam of over the email. You get an email that I'm stuck in London. I'm your friend, and can you please send me some money? And I've taken to the next level where I say that instead of having an email, now it's going to be a video call, where you can actually have a call with a over Hangout or Google Zoom, and the person is a bot which is actually asking that I'm stuck somewhere, and can you please send me some money? So this kind of things. So one is deepfake, which was an offline attack. Now with the computations available, with the kind of memories, with the kind of GPUs available, this can be highly possible real time, and you don't have to train the model. That is again the most scary part, because with GPT-3, with other kind of NLP and AI models are coming, you can actually get a pre-trained model, and I can just feed in my own data, which is basically, let's say, my accent and my way of talking, or the kind of words I use, speech of word I use, and using that I can create a model which actually behaves like me, right? So with that, that opens the next generation of social engineering attack, and you won't even probably imagine how it look like that. Right. And now just on put cherry on the top, let's talk about metaverse a bit if you are interested to that. Now we're talking about alternate universe, right? Which is the metaverse, crypto, and all those things. And there, anyway, you have already been avatarified, right? Your avatar, and if that avatar now also looks so believable, that you actually convince that you can do more transactions in the world of crypto, where there is no way you can track the trails of the money, and you actually going to be much more. In a difficult situation, and it's going to be international now, not there is no border around that, right? I hope I'm able to convey the idea of the innovation happening on top of these trainings, and all the industry, fishing industry, and taking to the next level with the cryptos and everything. So the way I see it as a technologist, all these are very connected. We cannot think it as a separate problems, right? These are all interconnected, and that is where I see those guys, because the fraudster are also people like us with brilliant brain, brilliant minds. They are just connecting those dots, and that is what helping them to make it ahead of time. And the only way I think we can solve this problem, because if we can do those this kind of uh, collaboration, where private-public partnerships, startups, enterprise partnerships, innovation, and probably existing solution partnerships, so that we can also connect the dots and we can stay ahead of the game like this. I think that is the only way to address this problem, because this problem gonna be growing. This problem gonna be more innovative, uh, beyond our imagination, and this is gonna be more scarier the moment it starts impacting not only your financial data, with your healthcare data, with your other possible, all possible data, which is related to your identity, right? So that's why adversarial AI is very scary. And the other problem which we're trying to solve using something called behavioral AI, which is behavioral analytics. What we're doing is actually we can study the human behavior to identify that, is this actually a real person or a bot? Second is, if it is a real person, is it actually Tamagna Basu who is interacting, or is it someone else is impersonating as Tamagna Basu, right? So behavioral AI is all about, is there a way I can capture various shape and form of your behavior when you're using a device? When I say device, it could be a computer, it could be a mobile, and we talk about gestures, right? Interactions. Like for example, I'm a left-handed person versus right-handed person, right? Now how I use behaviors and all these things. So with this kind of data, and again without violating privacy, there is enough way of creating a profile of a person, and with this profile you can actually uniquely identify me as a human, as an individual. Now, what you're saying is this has a multiple different direction. What it helps is two ways. One is this makes security invisible, unlike other two-factor or multi-factor, which is basically a multiple layer causes friction. This is invisible. This is a part of fraud risk management. It can come in. And second is, if this platform can be built so strongly, then social engineering can be reduced in a much exponential way, because what I'm claiming with the behavior is, even if your password is stolen, because my behavior doesn't match with your behavior, even if I try to enter your password or probably try to log in on behalf of you, I won't be able to log in or access your account, because the behavior which you have with the device, that is unique, and I cannot replicate that behavior. It's like your fingerprint. So the way that's why it is called behavioral biometrics. That's another concept which is in industry, which came a couple of years back, and we're lucky enough to work on that as a technology. So these are the two innovative technology which I personally, as a technologist, really very excited, and I feel we should spend more time on this kind of technology to address this next generation frauds which is coming and waiting for us in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamagna, for an excellent overview of adversarial and behavioral AI. And also, I mean, it's, the attacks are also becoming very sophisticated with the incorporation of AI and ML algorithms. Thanks very much for throwing some lights onto these new technologies. Now, I would go back to the speakers again for a round of questions. Dr. Rajput, you mentioned briefly about the Information Technology Act 2000, amended in 2008. The recent Information Technology Guidelines for Intermediaries and Digital Media Ethics Code Rules 2021, which was published in February of this year. This mentions both the significant social media companies to be responsible, right? So compared to the previous immunity which was provided to intermediaries by the IT Act 2000. Are there still challenges to tracing the originator of the cybercrime investigations, especially in phishing attacks or even in the case of ransomware attacks? What are the challenges in terms of cyber forensics in tracing the originator with help from some of these social media companies such as Facebook, Google, and so on? Are you facing any challenges? Over to you, Dr. Rajput.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, fraud is basically committed with the anonymity technologies that are available. So, if you take VPN, if you take IP masking services, if you take the bullet servers, if you take the no different kind of anonymity and masking services that are available, they are first used. Second, the identity theft is also a major thing. What Tamagna said about the faking the identities or the creating an identity which is fake in nature but seeming to be real. So these are basics of fraud. And if you see uh, in 2000 when Act was enacted, it was not anticipated or visualized that the frauds will take this kind of nature. But after 2008 also, when it was amended, social media was not that much prevalent in India and elsewhere also in the world. Now, what has happened after 2015-16, when transactions, particularly financial transaction, entertainment, and social media came together with the phone. Uh, so now what has happened due to convergence of all these technologies, phone has become a single instrument. So if you want to convince or a fool or we can say social engineer a person, all that means are together with a one device. So I have to convince you through a phone call, then ask you to click a button on the same device and ask you to just send the money on the same device. So it has become very easy. A single device and a multi-platform single device has basically contributed a lot. But there was no provision, particularly in IT Acts when 2008 it was amended that this kind of frauds will be tackled. Now, what platforms are being used? It is not suppose example a Beam app or a Phone Pay or Google Pay are being used. Basically, when they are used, their platform is not being used for committing a fraud, but their platform is being used for transaction. So there is no breach in their platform. Breach is where the person is being reached through a different platform, asked to pay through a different platform, and convinced or send details on through a different platform. This is a reality. Now, what has happened through 2021 intermediary guidelines? There is nothing new in that guidelines. It is based on the Act of 2008. So only thing it what mandatory thing has been made that significant social media players who have 50 lakh and above followers should have a compliance officer, should have a grievance redressal officer, and should have a nodal officer. Now, compliance officer is to compliance to 2008 IT Act and relevant rules. So, second is the grievance officer is to solve the grievance of the people, fake account and bots and social engineering things, morphing and all that things on social media. And third one is nodal officer. That nodal officer is particularly for law enforcement agencies or government agencies where they should exchange the information. But the significant social media players are very less used for committing frauds. Now, take example, VPNs used. VPNs are not significant social media players, but they are mostly used. The cloud masking services are not social significant media players, but they are being used. Now, these, because due to less used technologies, now I will take a Boteam. Boteam is an app which is not a social significant media player, but it is being used. So there are other apps because we just need a communication. Uh, Sometimes it is social media. Suppose Facebook is used for social information gathering, OSINT, and later on the fraud is committed through another tool. So data breach, suppose of XYZ social media is gathered and then data is studied and the fraud is committed through other means. So considering all these things, the point what I want to make is still even though there is a large hue and cry from the international no multinational companies, they don't want to be no complying all these issues, but there is a need because the less awareness of the users, then the law enforcement and government regulations are also slowly catching up. Third one, now data has become the most important or focal point. Now we need that a kind of responsible behavior from the social media players. And fourth one, for attribution to that particular criminal, the responsibility, accountability of the social media player, accountability of the platforms is very much needed. If that platform is not taking KYC, and when and the client is using it, then how to attribute that particular crime or that particular incident to a particular user? So for attribution, this is very important, and this will help in a long way. Still, we need that there should be more regulations for information exchange.
Thank you very much, sir. So your point is very valid. So the social media companies, cooperation with the cyber police and the national security is very much important for attribution. Thank you very much. Well point made. So now moving to Anuj. Anuj, we have seen a lot of security challenges with respect to digital payments, and we are actually projecting. I think we might actually meet 1 trillion UPI annual transactions in India soon. So, given this huge, growth in fintech, especially in fintech transactions or payment transactions, does India need to do something different to safeguard customers from fraud, given this particular scenario? So, what's your view on this? Over to you, Anuj.
Yeah, so that's a question which is very near and dear to me. And the reason, as I was mentioning, right, it is bound to go up. The transactions will go up. And if the expectation is that every consumer will become tech savvy, that's not the solution. Or if we think that we are going to educate customers and that will safeguard them fraud, it helps to an extent. But we have been saying for 20 years to not share your OTP. We still see the OTP frauds happening today. So India definitely needs to have a slightly different approach on the. So what are the challenges that we will run into? One is that the speed of innovation, right, at which we are progressing, it will continue. So every small change, every new feature will have a 100x exposure than we are doing it even today, right? And so many participants coming in, there will be new players, there will be old players, etc. Uh, Expecting everybody to have the same security mindset or expecting everybody to have the same security controls might not become. So that's where we will require some automated systems to govern this. At a overall level, what I believe, what we need to do is, I think India needs to now tackle this slightly differently, right? If you look at the value-wise, we might still be lower than a, let's say, a US or a China or a European market, but the volume-wise, we are already passing the numbers globally out. So I believe that we'll now need to have something which is India specific, something which keeps in mind the overall scenarios of frauds that we see. So I've broken it into three major parts. One is at a policy level. A, we need to recognize that the FRM or the frauds is different from cybersecurity. Now we need to have a dedicated section for payment frauds, build policies around on that, and what needs to be done. Uh, it is effectively where we need to figure out how will all the intermediaries work together. As Rajput sir was saying, that today the issue could be with one in a single transaction there are multi entities involved. We'll need to figure out how does, let's say, a telco come together, how does social media come together, how does the certain come together, and we look at this problem holistically rather than looking at the parts of the problem. Second, the most important point, which I believe, is at an ecosystem level. So, as I was just saying, that we have seen a unique collaboration between the fraudsters, where people are getting trained, where they're doing cross trainings in types of frauds out. At an ecosystem level, I don't think we have evolved towards a fundamental level where we are collaborating much better. So, what we definitely need is a ability to have, let's say, a central fraud repository, uh, a collaboration between almost all entities given together. And given that the fact that money moves very rapidly in the ecosystem, right? So today there is let's say, a person who has a bank in Rajasthan transfers to a person in Karnataka who has a bank account in Maharashtra, and which gets withdrawn in from an ATM in West Bengal. That's the speed at which frauds are happening. We cannot have a manual way to handle these things. We need to figure out a digital way, an API integrated way, and a dispute management system where we are working together as a single unit rather than saying that all of them are working in their own areas. And lastly, I believe this is more towards the law enforcement side. I think we require a stricter framework around. The concept of a centralized cyber fraud management needs to come together. So there needs to be a central investigation agency, as I was just pointing out, right? The It becomes a state subject, and then that amount of time and effort it requires to, let's say, go and catch somebody for a 10,000 amount of fraud is something that basically takes away the entire area or power for a police to investigate and close that out. We need to figure out something on those lines where we are able to do this digitally and at a much rapid rate.
Thank you, Anuj. Thanks. Collaboration is the key. We have about roughly 5 minutes left, and Tamagna to say the last words. There is also a question in the chat box which says that, despite all the security precautions that we take, the breaches continue to increase. Right. So information security is normally called as market of lemons, in that the users do not know how safe they are when they buy security solutions. Right. So, Tamagna, what are the convincing methods and mechanisms that you have in order to provide complete security to your business clients? So what is the last word from you in about 3 to 4 minutes, please?
Sure, sure. So first of all, I think this is one of the most difficult and most controversial question, because the way I see it, nothing is 100% secure, and I think obviously I have the other panelists will have much more better answer. But I think as Anuj just pointed out, I also kind of agree with him. Is kind of scale we are seeing, and the kind of scale is going to grow in near future, like 10x, 100x, and 1000x kind of range. So we as founder, we always say that you should be prepared for tomorrow's scale, not today's scale, or even not even tomorrow. Let's say next year's scale, right? That's how you play ahead of the game, and then, and we're lucky enough to say that at times we can do it very fast and adapt and pivot and probably change your pattern. Unlike probably the legal infrastructures and others, which would be very must be very challenging for Rajput sir, and obviously Anuj been managing the larger nuclear kind of frameworks. But I think awareness and automation has to be there. Policy awareness, automation, and I think one of the point I just want to highlight. One thing we kind of I think haven't mentioned yet is how much of the frauds are unreported in the country. I mean, my belief is 90% fraud gets unreported. Now, why is that? That question is something we have to investigate as a consortium, as together. That why is that? And there are different reasons, and some of the reasons on top of my head is one is obviously the embarrassment, the social embarrassment, the feeling of that thing that you got trapped. What will people think about it? Log kya kahenge? Second is obviously the amount of complexity it requires probably to recover that money, and is it worth going through that challenge when I'm just losing $5,000 or $2,000, right? So that is the second part which I really wanted to also request all the obviously eminent panelists here and other people who are attending this thing is, when you're talking about a one-time 10 minutes, right? Your claim can be done in 5 minutes, right? And it's very much doable because we're already technological. I think the framework is in place. It's just I think you have to, because this investigator, as rightly pointed out by Anuj, is involves multiple entities, be it telecom, be it legal, be it different states. If there is a way we can completely automate this pipeline and infrastructure and make it as simple as possible, like probably, as I said, buying a product in an e-commerce platform and probably asking for refund. I think that we will be much ahead of the game in terms of the managing and mitigating the fraud possibilities, because if that happens and through that process there will be more awareness. It's just learning by doing is what I'm saying is awareness is required, and that is one thing we have been doing in our company is making security. How can I make security simplified for others, and make it consolidated. So awareness, storytelling problem, these are definitely has to be solved. How can I make it, in a way that is the language and the saves and the connects is there, so that people even with this very limited education can understand the importance of security. But however, I think this recovery aspect, if we can think about that and if we can improve that framework, I think then that is where will be the real innovation. I believe can be possible. That's my take on this.
So thank you, Tamagna, and thank you for throwing some lights on what needs to be done in order to improve cyber security and cyber fraud prevention in the country. So we are almost running out of time. It's about 2 minutes. Dr. Rajput, there is a question for you. Is there? Can you throw some light on combined law across all countries for preventing cybercrime? I don't know whether combined law, a global law, will help or not. You are just half a minute answer for this, Dr.
Yeah,
Rajput.
yeah. Yeah, sir. There are attempts to global convention, but we have so far a Budapest Convention which
Correct.
talks about, and many countries are joined together. India is pretty much a partner to it. But we can think on that lines because we can't have a law, but we can have a convention how information to be shared and what are the responsibilities of each country and related to the organizations which are coming up from their countries. So there, as there is a common law for space, common law for seas, then common law may be there for cyberspace, but there the answer is too difficult because there are it's not a plain field. It's very complicated. There are many other issues are involving because governance of internet is still so far is not democratized, is not by the nations, is by few organizations. And unless until the governance of internet is changed to a multi-country kind of model, which the UN is thinking about, the law or a common convention for cyber crimes or the cyberspace is a distance visibility, but we can hope for some.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Dr. Rajput, Anuj, and Tamagna for an enlightening session. We are almost coming to the end. We have 24 seconds left. Over to you, Samriddhi. Okay. So I think thank you very much for everyone.
Well, thank you, everyone. With that, we come to an end of a very, very interesting panel discussion on fraud frontiers, the rising digital footprints, and fraud possibilities. Thanking each one of our panelists for sharing with us those valuable insights and your thoughts on the topic. Now, we move on to our next part, which is a keynote address by Shri Parthasarthi, National Managing Partner, Trust and Transformation at Grant Thornton. I'll invite Mr. Parthasarthi on stage to now address our audiences. Welcome and good morning, Mr. Parthasarthi. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good day to every one of you, considering that this stage essentially is being multicasted across the world. Good day to all of you, irrespective of where you're watching this particular event. And it's a pleasure to be here speaking to all of you today and talking at this important summit in terms of security, trust, and other areas that we'll be talking about. Uh, with that, let me just quickly share my presentation. It won't take more than a second. Are you able to see it?
Yes, it's right there now. You can continue.
Okay. Wait. And should I put it on full screen? Okay, let me do that. Let me see how that come out. Just a second. Okay, great. I'm going to go just 1 second. Okay. In a way of introduction, my name is Sri Parthasarthi. I manage trust and transformation, and the theme of what I will speak today, I think, is elevating it beyond security and moving to an area of trust. And I think all organizations, and irrespective of what COVID has done in many negative ways, I think when we look at it in the areas of digital, and when we look at it in terms of adoption of technology, there has been a rapid acceleration and adoption of technology across. And organizations which may have completely thought that they are going to be brick and mortar today essentially as are adopting technologies and virtual technologies, remote working, and that essentially has become the norm of how people work worldwide. And so today a person could be working from Tibet, Timbuktu, or any other location, and he could still be servicing his particular client. Of course, there are issues like taxation and other things, which I believe the authorities will figure out over a period of time. But let's come back to the environment itself. The environment is rapidly changing. It is a revolution. And however, transformation happens if you sustain this particular transformation journey and sustain this particular culture. And it is going to be important, how do you embrace the technologies, how do you manage change within the environment, because there is going to be that apprehension in terms of adopting these particular technologies and how they basically look at. Transformation cannot be singular. What we mean by that is essentially irrespective of whether you look at it from your supply chain, whether you look at it within your organization, whether you look at it as your employees, your third parties, your fourth parties, your customers, is a question of how do you bring a lot of this particular change, whether it's operational transformation, whether it's digital technology, how do you bring them all together? And how does technology as the underlying layer bring it all together in a unified fashion, and how does it make it cohesive? How can data that is being collected across all of these be used for the advantage of the corporation and for enhancing quality of service to your end customer? With that, I think when you think about it, it's all about trust and transformation when organizations are looking at it. And why are we elevating it to the level of trust? I think technology has become a given today. It's no longer what you call as an enabler. It's no longer as something that is going to be somewhere in the back office. Everybody understands that technology is a given. Technology is a differentiator. And without technology, I think organizations in the future cannot possibly survive. Given that, I think there are multiple aspects that one really needs to look at. If one needs to look at security, one needs to look at resilience, one needs to look at quality of service, one needs to look at privacy. So when you really look at it, and I think going back to the old definition of security where you talk about uh, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now we are adding a few other parameters related to quality of service and other thing, and expanding that, and then saying that this is what is essentially trust. Why is it so important? In you, all of you are security or technology professionals here. In you is where the organization is putting the trust that the platform on which they are sort of creating their particular organization essentially will be resilient, available, and non-compromisable at any point in time. And when you are the base foundation, and when there's so much of trust being put on you that this particular platform is what is going to support the entire enterprise, I think there's a lot of responsibility and accountability on each one of your shoulders. Whether you're doing in risk and compliance, whether you're doing security engineering, whether you're doing security operations, whether you're doing any of those particular areas where you are protecting the enterprise, I think there's a lot of accountability and responsibility. It is very similar to a soldier on the border of our particular country who essentially is holding a gun and who's essentially watching on a regular 24 by 7 basis, and he's saying essentially, how do I protect the country? Similarly, I think each one of you are interested with protecting the enterprise, which continues to basically transform and which continues to move in its journey. And all of this particular transformation, which are basically aspects that you cannot control, or areas where essentially technology will be introduced, new types of customers will come in, how the customers will access the data will be different. All of these things will continue to be thrown at you, and you will have to continue to essentially create a sound platform, and essentially a trusted platform or a secure platform which everybody will be very comfortable about building their enterprise on. Trust cannot be measured. It manifests through actions, and which is where what we really look at is essentially you cannot really look at return on investment. You can possibly look at effectiveness of investment. So it's a simple factor today. If you're providing your service on the net, and if the net is not available, a customer is going to come to you once, is going to come to you twice. If it is not available beyond that, he's going to move away. So, for example, if you were ordering food and if the platform was not available, or if the platform was messing up in terms of delivering the wrong kind of food or to a wrong address and or the wrong time, then essentially there's a aspect of quality of service. Or when you were going into the app, all of us understand that most of these particular services are accessed through apps. If the app is not available, or essentially the last mile provider is not possibly providing those particular services. Many of you may have experienced this with some of your car providers recently, where essentially, well, while you tend to book your particular service, at the last minute they basically cancel the service. That kind of a quality of service or the connectivity that you possibly build essentially erodes the trust and trust with the end customer. So it's a question of how do you really manage that particular thing, and how do you manage your entire value chain, which is going to be very important. How do I move this screen? Just 1 second. Great. Where we are, why is it skip 2 slides? Just 1 second. Okay, fine. Yeah, where we are today, I think everybody understands. When you look at it, we are in the dawn of the transformative age. We've already entered the digital era. There's an explosion of technologies that are coming at us. Let me start with the bottom layer. When you really look at it, cloud first strategy has been adopted by many organizations, and I think for an organization to be competitive, they need to essentially have the cloud first strategy. Exponentials are continuing to rise. The economies of how they can actually be sort of served back to the larger community or the larger customer base is essentially being worked out. There are significant number of technologies whether you talk of blockchain, whether you talk of cryptocurrency, whether you talk of 3D printing, which may not be completely in real life today. And what I mean by that in terms of adoption, they are not completely adopted, but essentially are rapidly accelerating towards that. The question of how do you put the right kind of checks and balances around that, and how do you really manage that? Rise of digital only business models. I think we have seen in the last 20 years organizations becoming going into trillions just being a digital only business. Organizations which essentially do not own any assets, but essentially what they do, they own data, they basically own the supply chain or the value chain, and that is how organizations are moving. Endpoints have increasingly become desperate. What we mean by that is essentially your organizational boundary or the enterprise, the perimeter of the enterprise has further grayed with what has happened post COVID. Today, people used previously people used to work in some of those particular fantastic buildings or those towers where essentially everything was secure, where you say that, hey, I'm not going to be taking any data out in or out and those kind of things. Now essentially people could be working from a cafe, they could be working from anywhere across the world. It's a question of how do you manage each one of these endpoints, and these endpoints are not always going to come just through your network. They're going to go to the cloud, and they're going to get secure and then come into your particular data center. So how do you manage those particular endpoints from a perspective of identities, from a perspective of non-repudiation, from a perspective of fraud, from a perspective of securing those particular endpoints from a resilience perspective? Let's say an employee is primarily working for you from an location which is remote. Now all of a sudden you have to manage that particular remote location not only from a technology and resilience perspective, but also from a security perspective. So how are you putting the right checks and balance into that? Security and privacy and availability in focus. As I said, security, privacy, resilience, quality of service are all significantly important. Why are we rapidly moving towards this? Even before the COVID, even before COVID, there was the rise of machines, and there was a significant amount of automation, there was a significant amount of RPA and other things that were being done within the enterprise. But over a period of time, when you really look at it, the rise of machines, I think, has started being accepted, and it's not going to be in very distant future where your employee or your fellow colleague may actually be a machine. So from an overall perspective, that is something that is being adapted. And essentially, if you look at it, the talent shortage is significant across the enterprise. When you start thinking about the talent shortage is becoming acute across the world. And then when you start thinking about digital disruptors, uh, there's a confluence of technology, there is a confluence of things that are sort of coming together, which essentially is making it that much more available in terms of digital and technology, which essentially can provide the services wherever you're sitting. True omnipresence, cloud adoption was accelerating, COVID again accelerated. And now, when you really look at it, I think that's when I said there is a silver lining in everything that happens, and which is where I think we have truly entered the digital era, the virtualization age or the transformation age, where organizations are completely consuming a lot of this particular technologies and are adopting it, and they realize that their only way of truly servicing this is essentially going digital. So, what does that mean to all of you? If the enterprise is rapidly accelerating towards that, and these are some of the factors that you need to consider, what is it that really, what is important for each one of you to basically look at? Each one of you have to look at sustainable transformation. If you transform, and this essentially for a lot of you who have been in technology, let's take an example of release management. Let's say you release a dot release of a particular software, and the dot release essentially fails. And all of us have seen this across major platforms. They release a major release, which they possibly release sometime in September or October, and then essentially 1 month later, they have to release several other security releases and other things. That's not sustainable transformation. So when you do a release management or when you do something, it's a question of how do you essentially ensure that whatever you've done has the right level of quality? Trust in data and identity protection through cyber and information security. I think identity, considering the number of endpoints, considering the value chain expanding, considering that you're not going to have complete visibility about everybody who's coming in through your enterprise in terms of 100% way. How do you really manage that identity from a perspective of non-repudiation, in terms of identification, authorization, and access governance? How do you really manage that particular aspect? The second element that you need to think about, which is going to be very, very important, is the aspect of, previously it used to be called business continuity. Now it has other terms of business continuity, disaster recovery, resilience, crisis. All of these essentially are terminologies, but ultimately they go back to the fundamental aspect of being a going business. A business has to be a going concern, which means that it has to be up and running. And in you is where your particular leadership is entrusting the very aspect which is the fundamental nature to business of being a going concern. That means you have to ensure that the business is resilient. And what does that mean? Resilience doesn't just mean that the infrastructure is up, infrastructure is running, it has the right bandwidth, it has everything that is going. It is not just about that. It is also ensuring that essentially that infrastructure cannot be compromised, brought down, and in case of a disaster, in case of an incident, then how do you very quickly come back up? It's a question of, that is what resilience. It's not about a matter of if, it's just a matter of when organizations will be hit based on incident or what really happened. It's a question of how fast can they actually recover from that and continue to go. There is a classic case of an organization which was in the World Trade Center, and incidentally, I'm a 9/11 survivor, and this particular organization was in only one tower of World Trade Center, and the entire organization got wiped out. All of its assets, everything that it basically did, it was almost like a 30-year-old organization which got wiped out in 30 seconds. And that is what can potentially happen if you do not look at BCP or resilience of your particular infrastructure, which essentially is managing your overall enterprise. Trust in your extended enterprise. I think it is clear to all of us that it is not us alone who possibly do all of this work. It is a value chain that we create. It's a value chain of our suppliers. It's a value chain of how we work with third parties and fourth parties. And we bundle all of these particular services and provide the value added services back to our customers. So the question of how do you actually manage this particular third party, fourth party, not just from a perspective of strategic sourcing, but also in terms of making sure that if you have certain policies, if you have certain governance, if you have certain standards that you are maintaining, that your third parties and your supply chain will also maintain the same thing, whether it's in terms of security, whether it's in terms of privacy, resilience, quality of service, because ultimately what you provide essentially is bundling of some of these plus what you add on top of that and which you'll provide. And if something fails, if your weakest link fails, which may be one of your third parties, then your overall value chain gets disrupted, and which I think all of us saw during pandemic. I think there's been a severe shortage in terms of several things, but I think the government really stepped up fantastically because none of us really went hungry. And I think from that aspect, the government fantastically managed some of the value chain. But there were shortages in medicine, there were shortages in other supplies, and those essentially got affected over a period of time. Similarly, more recently, I think if any of you have bought cars, you would notice that there's a very long wait because there's a breakdown in the electronic supply chain. And now the manufacturer has his entire car, but he cannot possibly sell that car because the supply chain is broken. So how do you manage supply chain resilience? And that essentially is a very, very important aspect. Trust in your talent workforce. Talent workforce essentially has changed. Previously, I think the old adage was everybody would be an employee. Then we went on to be employees and contractors. Then we went into employees, contractors, and outsource providers. Now, essentially, we are looking at employees, we are looking at gig workers, we are looking at freelance workers, we are looking at a conglomeration of different people who will come in at different points on time to provide those particular services. So, how do you do the right level of workforce transformation, and how do you manage workforce? And yesterday, I was talking to internal auditor of a very large organization, and he was saying, hey, we would like to do workforce transformation, but essentially, how do we manage? How do we know who is the person working? How do we manage the trust element between this particular workforce? How do we train these particular people? How do we keep them connected with the brand? Are they going to be connected with a paycheck, or are they connected with the brand? And how do we enforce our particular culture, our particular policies, and all of that on them? And at the same time, have a secure infrastructure, just like how if they were to come and work within my large center, so that I can provide the same assurance back to my customer. So essentially, regulators, customers, and others dictate certain requirements which get translated into your particular environment, and you essentially use your employees, your gig workers, and your supply chain to basically provide those services. So essentially, when you take those third and fourth bucket, you have to manage that very critically, because that essentially is where the breakdown can most likely happen. Trust and sustainability through governance, compliance, and risk management. I think this is extremely important. You would need to have that particular rear view mirror. Today, if most of when most of you buy a car, you're not going to go and check if there is a brake. You're not going to check if there is steering wheel. Of course, in future, it may get replaced with a joystick, and you have to adapt to that. But however, you take certain things for granted. You take a seat belt for to be granted. You take certain things related to essentially the airbags to be granted. You take certain things like brakes to be granted, right? And all of these are certain things that need to be built. So similar to how you are building resilience, security, and all things, you also need to build governance, risk, and compliance within your particular enterprise. And why are all of these important? As your organization continues to transform, as your organization continues to gallop towards competing, your front end people who are essentially providing those particular services want to go and basically commit in terms of just in time, go to market, and all of that. And your technology that you have need to continue to basically transform and gallop, not at that speed, but even faster, because essentially technology, if technology is going to be the driver, technology all and digital and others essentially have to gallop at that fast. And that means essentially security, privacy, quality of service, crisis resilience, risk management, all of those also have to gallop much faster. You have to be ahead of the curve, rather than essentially looking at what the requirements are coming and trying to fix it. I think that is one of the things what I would look at is in terms of proactive trust building, proactive trust in your particular enterprise, and essentially your stakeholders, which essentially is going to be significantly important. With that, let me basically pause and see if there are any questions from anybody. And once again, thank you for providing me this particular platform. I think we talked about trust, we talked about transformation, which is how I think we should look at it, because we are now elevating the pitch from just security, privacy, and resilience. I think all of these things have to come together and provide the right level of trust, so that your customers, your customers of your organization are essentially looking at you as a trusted enterprise where they can basically put their confidence and continue to basically grow. With that, back for any questions.
you, Mr. Parthasarthi, for that very comprehensive keynote session. And we'll now move on to our next session, which is also a keynote address by CrowdStrike. And this is going to be on don't wait to be a cyber victim, search for hidden threats. And joining us this afternoon for this session is Mr. Sandeep Singh, SE Manager with CrowdStrike. With that, I'll invite him on stage to now make his address. Mr. Singh, you can start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone. Uh, in the next 15 minutes, what we are trying to cover is to give you a perspective of why technology cannot protect everything and why we don't need to wait for a become a cyber victim. What is it that we can do proactively to take care of many of the scenarios which we have started seeing over the last few years? The agenda that I have for today is the importance of speed that we're going to start up with. Then we'll dwell a bit deeper into introduction to the threat hunting, the key to threat hunting success, one case study, and some of the key takeaways. So with that, let's start up the session for today. So as I begin with, that technology cannot go and stop a breach for you, right? So what is it which is important to take care of? And one of the biggest examples that we would see for this is the recent log4j. It has been creating lots of noise in the environment, and specifically if we'll talk about this, it's it's so huge that after almost 4 to 5 years, actually after the heartbleed vulnerability which came out about 4 plus years back, this is the major one. What is log4j? It's a popular Java module that handles log files as they are created by workloads, mostly servers. When we look into lots of end user interactive applications on the front end side to get user experience details, to get other telemetries around the data, uh, there's a file which calculates where the user is clicking, what it's trying to do.
Are you
The
getting started with your presentation because it's not visible? So could you just screen share your presentation?
Yeah, it's not visible. I'm sharing it. Okay, just a sec. I will reshare it.
Just use the screen share icon, which is right next to the video icon, and we'll be able to see your presentation.
Yeah. Uh, I'm clicking on that, but it's not giving me anything right now as an option. It came a minute back, but now it's not. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so I'm going to hit entire screen
Mhm.
and I'm going to hit share. Let me know if you can see. But my voice was coming, right?
Yeah, very much. You're pretty much audible. It's just that we can't see your screen.
Okay, so do I need to start from the beginning as I share, or continue from where I left
Whatever
it?
you're comfortable with, but as long as, I mean, we can, our audience can see your presentation.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
It's saying in the app that it is showing it.
Yes. See it now.
You can see it now, right? Can you see
Yes.
my
Now,
screen?
yes, you can begin. You can continue. We can see your presentation on the screen now.
Okay, great. Sorry, guys, for a bit of technical glitch. I think we are back. So let's quickly start with the agenda. We are gonna go and cover the importance of speed, in cybersecurity, what are the capabilities of threat hunting as an introductory form. Then we are going to go and talk about the key to threat hunting success, a case study, and some of the key takeaways. Technology cannot go and stop all the breaches, and it was pretty evident when we looked into the recent Log4j vulnerability that came out. Lots of people are calling it log shell as well, because it goes and provides you shell access to a system with which any attacker can literally do anything on a system once he gets that shell. When we look into this specific vulnerability, it's in the Java module of Log4j, which is a very popular module. It's available as an open platform, and it's been widely used in lots and lots of enterprise-based products. Um, and because of that, lots of companies are actually impacted by this. We have started seeing that this vulnerability actually came in somewhere in November. There have been two releases after that, and actually an exploit came on 9th of December in the wild. And as the exploit came, lots and lots of attackers, not just the novice but nation state, have started using this vulnerability. It's so serious that everyone has to go and patch it at priority. Literally, attackers can do anything, and we're seeing lots of examples of it, starting from basic crypto mining kind of attacks to nation state level threat actors making use of it to set up reverse proxies and other activities in the customer's environments. Recently, we have done one service engagement for one of the customers. Uh, Sorry, it was not a customer of CrowdStrike. We just went in and did a service engagement there. And what we actually looked in as part of that services engagement was that attacker actually had credentials of the customer environment before he came within the environment, and he has actually tried to enter multiple times, but the perimeter defenses that they have with firewall, email, proxy were successful in blocking the threat actor. With this new vulnerability and the exploit which is available in the market, uh, the attacker got hold of one of the vulnerable system, which allowed them to get inside the perimeter security. The moment they get onto one of the systems, they used web shell and used RDP with the credentials, which was definitely unchallenged, and that allowed them the access to Exchange server. Now, as the attacker moved to the Exchange server, the attacker actually dumped the credentials on the server, and that provided him complete access to the domain kingdom, which was out there. Now, what's interesting to see here is the speed of the entire attack. The attacker was successful in dropping a web shell and then holded on to the attack for about 24 hours, didn't do any activity at all. But after 24 hours, the moment they got onto the system, they immediately started executing commands, and it just took them about 7 minutes to dump the credential and move laterally in the wild within the environment as a normal user. We have seen prior instances with lots of nation state activities where it was close to about 18 minutes, the fastest that we have seen. But with this specific vulnerability, 7 minutes, it's one of the fastest that we have seen so far. If we look into the attack kill chain, after the initial access, adversary interacted with the web shell to get the command and control, and then adversary used credentials with the valid accounts, and that allowed them to go and have a lateral movement to one of the exchange servers using an RDP. Uh, then they used the ingress tool transfers to drop credential theft tools, and then actually dump the entire tools, all of it within 7 minutes of time frame. Now, if you look into the series of activities and with the vulnerability which is out there, first of all, we don't see any solid prevention which is out there, which means the right answer to take care of this is to go and patch. But you cannot go and patch all of it in one single go. So, what is it which is out there that can really help you? And the answer to that is threat hunting. Threat hunting can look into these kind of attacks proactively. Threat hunting can go and understand the problem, and we can look into these problems at all of these various stages where we can collect visibility through logs and we can act on it quickly. When you look into the initial access, command and control, and the file dropping, it's the execution which is taking place there. During the adversary using the credentials and doing the RDB, it's the identity which is taking part in that. So one thing which is very interesting that we saw here was a very closed loop use of both the identity part and the execution part through the adversary. So when we look into these kind of programs through adversaries, it's pretty evident that we need to have rock solid visibility in each of these areas. As you get these visibilities, the threat hunters and the program that you have would go and help you take care of these kind of problems. Usually, when we look into the last 12 months, at an average, we see any e-crime threat actor taking about 1 hour 32 minutes to start laterally moving in an environment. And this is the point which is the most critical point in cybersecurity, to limit the spread of an attack. Right, as the attack spreads wider, it becomes a more complicated problem. So the best way to take care of it is at the very first instance. E-crime threat actors take about 1 hour 32 minutes, whereas the fastest nation state adversary that we have seen at an average take about 18 minutes to get to laterally spread in an environment. So if we want to stop a breach, we have to be faster than them, which means we need to have a threat hunting program which not only goes and looks into the analysis, hypothesis, and other aspects of threat hunting, but it has to happen at a speed. Speed is one of the most critical element when you're dealing with nation states, e-crime threat actors. You need proactive threat hunting that uses skilled people to see and stop advanced attacks. These people should have enough experience in dealing with nation states, dealing with e-crimes. They should be constantly engaged over a period of time to know what's going out there in the world, and that is where TI can further help them. When we look into the basics of threat hunting, there are three aspects of it in which you can do a threat hunt. One is statistical analysis, hypothesis testing, and retrospective indicators. In statistical, we look into the logs and try and understand how our environment normally behaves. And if the stats around that normality changes, then it gives you an opportunity to look into what's changing. Is it an adversary which is trying to do something here? Second is hypothesis based testing. And in this, you go and you build up patterns. You build up what are the things that usually happen in your environment. You look into things and patterns which usually don't happen at all. And you go and you hypothesize based on that. And you build your hypothesis, which allows you to have a constant understanding of your environment and patterns and ways in which a specific thing can be misused. Third is retrospective indicators, and this is where you can make use of threat intelligence. You can make use of previous analysis of what's happened within the environment. This is what helps you with the atomic searching capability and IOCs from third party intels, that lets you know that something wrong has happened, and that provides you the initial breadcrumb to go and further investigate. These are the attacks which you specifically need to take care of, because technology in itself may not be very successful in dealing with these kind of things. These are highly stealthy attacks. There are lots of active intrusions that goes on across the globe. uh, Hands-on keyboard activities, where in majority of the cases adversary is not using any malware at all. They're not using any bad CNC communications or any bad IOCs are there in play. They're making use of trusted tools which are built up as part of operating system. and trying to see how these tools can give them the information that they need or execute something based on their malicious intent and motives. The whole idea of looking at a threat hunting is pretty big, right? And usually, when you look into starting a threat hunting program, it's not that easy. When we see the amount of logs which are coming up, which needs to be analyzed, we need to have a very structured and focused way in which we need to deal with all of these things, because out of millions and billions of activity logs which are out there, there may not be a single malicious activity, and in some cases you might hardly see one, right? So it's a high effort activity in which you would see outcome in very very rare cases with a possible attack. But this is something which is very important, because what you're trying to do with threat hunting is you're finding the rarest of the rarest thing. It's 1% of of the activities which are happening within the environment, uh, and that we need to go and analyze much in detail. So the 6 steps which helps us to understand how we need to go and build up this entire program is sense, enrich, analyze, reconstruct, communicate, and hone. We call it search in short form. So let's look into each one of them and dwell a bit deeper. When we talk about sense, the whole idea to understand your visibility, right? How do you understand that something is actually happening in an environment? This is where you need logs. This is where you need lots of information coming up from lots of different sources. CrowdStrike today gathers somewhere around 3 trillion plus events on a weekly basis from millions of endpoints. That allows us to have that global coverage of understanding what's happening at a global layer. Now, once you have so many logs, it's humanly not possible to go across each one of them and go and analyze it. So you need to set up some approaches towards automation for this, right? And in this, you can make use of threat intelligence. You can make use of proprietary tools that dissect basic activities. You can make use of some interesting data graphs that can go and store data from all the different ways. CrowdStrike has thread graph that is built up based on a graph-based technology that can actually collect anything, because it doesn't have a schema in place. So anything you give it, it just takes it, and then we can enrich that further. CrowdStrike has threat intelligence of more than 140 plus adversaries. And this adversarial knowledge automatically enriches and helps us to attribute if there is some threat actor which is inside. Third is sophisticated proprietary tools, tools which are constantly added with the program information that we learn on a daily basis, and puts it in the part of automation to automatically bring it in the form of alerts, or the things which still look suspicious and cannot be validated can be put through a pipe for further analysis. Then comes the analysis piece, and this is where you need a diverse set of experience with the people who are there in the forensics field from more than 5 to 10 years, people who are dealing with threat actors across the globe, people who look into nation states. And these are the right skill sets which you need to effectively analyze if you come across any sophisticated threat actor. This entire program has to get 24 cross 7 cross 365. It cannot be just a program which you run for 5 hours or 6 hours, because adversaries do not do work only in the business hours. They actually love to hit you when you are at your weakest, maybe at a holiday time frame, maybe over the weekends. The next capability is the ability to go and reconstruct the entire activity which has happened within the environment, and reconstruct it very very fast, right? So you should have toolings, custom toolings, or tools which are available within the market that lets you have the information of what has happened, not just with the forensic information but also visually, that really adds up to the speed of investigation. Next is communicate, and this is one of the major area of this program. The communication has to be near real time. As you see something, either it's a genuine attack or it's a false positive. Every single false positive that you learn with this program is equally important, because it gives you information that next time you do not need to do this specific hypothesis, or after an hypothesis or analysis you came to know that this is what is a false positive, so you don't repeat that. And as you continue that, you refine more and more within the program, and anything that you learn as part of attack, that should go as part of the automation, so next time you do not need to manually threat hunt it. And that's where this communication piece is critical. And last is hone, where hundreds of new lessons that you learn on a weekly basis, you implement it, you use it. CrowdStrike ensures that 30% of the new techniques that we learn at least go and gives you better capabilities year over year. This is one of the case study where a couple of months back we encountered a very sophisticated e-crime threat actor in one of the environments, and they were using lots of unknown stuff, but at the same time they were using lots of tools which are built up as part of operating system. Interestingly, they used 11 defense evasion techniques to attempt and subvert the security controls which are out there from customers' environment. In this specific case, it was a interesting one because of the fact that it lets us know the importance of threat hunting, and it lets us know why we need to also have a good security hygiene and a threat hunting program within an environment. There were some RDP servers which were there in the environment, and they were publicly accessible. Adversary luckily caught hold of one of the server, did an initial access, and moved inside the environment. And this is where they tried to move inside and do their custom toolings within the environment. They used some of the common tools as well, which included living on the land tools which are trusted by lots of operating system or built as part of the operating system. And they use some of the toolings of ransomware, of black matter, and threat hunting program. In the threat hunting program, we saw these activities as they were executing on the system. None of the threat actors were able to actually pick that tools were actually able to pick that up, and as it transmitted as part of logs and the pipe that we have of custom tooling, our analysts analyzed them, and they came to know the kind of activity which was going in the backend. We are very quick in understanding that because of the hunting programs that we have. Now, if you look into the overall key takeaways from this hunting program, there are five major areas of it. The first, threat hunting helps you with the last best line of defense against rapidly evolving adversaries. Right? It doesn't have to be just for the during the business hours. It should be round the clock, 365 days, 24 cross 7. Speed is one of the most critical area of it. We need to have tools in place which can execute things at speed, can take care of the scale, and the program has to be consistent across. The fourth is structured and repeatable workflows are the key to threat hunting. And if you can't do this in-house, partner with one of the provider that can. CrowdStrike helps you in each of the case. Either you are doing in-house threat hunting or you are making use of one of the partners. We add value with proactive threat hunting efforts to give you best of the specialized data, intel tools to battle with any of the nation state adversaries as well. So, in the end, I'll leave you guys with the statement that your ability to defend advanced cyber threats rests almost entirely on the understanding of the problem. CrowdStrike has stopped 75,000 intrusions last year alone, right? And we have been very, very successful in dealing with intrusions over the years. We can take care of this problem for you. Thank you and have a nice day.
Well, thank you very much, Sabir, for that presentation. And for all of our audiences, we now quickly move on to our next keynote address, which is by Veher. And we have Mr. Praveen Jaiswal, who is founder and chief strategy officer at Veher. And he will be addressing us all now. And I'd also like to quickly inform you that we have a digital forensics sub summit, which will be starting in the next 5 minutes at stage 5, and the digital forensics Pathshala second edition it is. And there is also going to be a release of the cybercrime investigation manual, the third edition. In about 5 minutes we are going to start with that in stage 5. For those of you who are interested, may join us there. Here in the auditorium we have Mr. Praveen Jaiswal, who will now be addressing us all on he's the founder and chief strategy officer at Veher. Over to you, Mr. Praveen.
Hi, thank you, Samriddhi, so much for giving me this opportunity. Hello, everyone. So we'll quickly share the presentation, and Samriddhi, if you can confirm if you can see uh, the screen.
Right, sure. Yes, we can see it on the screen now.
Okay, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. I think I've got a session just before the lunch, so I just hope that I am able to catch your attention till the lunch. In a and so great. So going on next one. Sorry, I'm just now making it full screen. Uh, so these are some of the statistics which was for the year when Gartner had said in the year 2018, right? And by 2023, the average CI will be responsible for more than 3x the endpoints they manage. 70% of OT security will manage directly by the CI CISO, and 70% of the large enterprise will include automation and orchestration capability. Now, this has actually been true in the year 2021, right? So the challenge has been there, the exploding number of connected devices, everything is interconnected, enterprise seeking automation. So all these challenges are, coming up again and again, and at all the forums which are there. Now, these are some of the numbers. Now, since Veher is an Indian company with a lot of focus on India and the overseas expansion, but if you look at what the numbers, it does not lie, right? 300% of the rise in cyber attacks, and these are all CERT data, 3x cost of ransomware. So if you look at some of the data, right, in 2019, right, there were 394,000 attacks compared to 2020, which was 1.15 million attacks. And then you look at the cybersecurity incident in the India first half, it has crossed more than 600,000. So I think more than the growth of any company is the cyber attacks, which are rising at a much larger CAGR, what somebody can think about, and huge challenges for us in days to come. The looming challenges which we are seeing, right? So accelerated migration to cloud, work from home, critical infrastructure, nothing new. I mean, all of us know about it. Cyber criminal employing sophisticated attacks. Now we even have the state-sponsored attacks which are there, right? And then you see that the risk of the collaboration and the new cloud-based collaborations platform, they're getting rolled out without proper security framework, because the pandemic has absolutely accelerated this entire, innovation cycle, and has increased the attack surface for all of us. Even the 5G is going to open up more doors to malicious actors to exploit captive infrastructure. So these challenges are not something new, but all of us know about it. But then, what are we going to do about it? That's the question. And I'm going to keep my discussion more on the broader level rather than going deeper into the technology aspects. So this is where we stand today, right? What are the traditional approaches and why it is not sufficient, right? So today we are primarily dependent on the log data for most of our analysis, right? And if you look at it, poor visibility is there due to the capture of just the layer 3 summary data, right? So you're on the net flow, you're on all kind of flow data, analyzing all the logs, and then we believe that we can actually cover all. But what is actually required is the wire speed visibility and analysis of layer 3 to layer 7 data, right? So it's going to give you the entire context in a layman term, right? It's like we are just looking at the logs of phone call rather than actually going into the context of the communication. So it's time that we move beyond logs and the endpoint security. They need to work in tandem in the newer approaches. Second is most of the detections which we are doing is actually port agnostic detection will correctly identify the service as web without need of any human input. So, which is not the case in the traditional methodology what we are seeing today, right? So the requirement is, of course, having the automated port agnostic protocol detection for thousands of protocols which are going to be there. Third, the amount of monitor unmanaged devices and IoT and OT all. So we are seeing a realm where everything is getting connected, right? So there is already a zero visibility on the east-west traffic and a very limited visibility of the north-south traffic for agentless devices. I mean, these devices are so small that you can't even have agents, and I'm not sure that whether it will actually make sense to actually accommodate agent, right? So that is again one of the bigger gap which is seen there, right? So what is it required? So finally, we need an automated single pane of glass providing complete visibility, because we cannot go to different systems to look at different aspects of your infrastructure. It has to be all make sense. Now today, with a lot of these compliances on PII, right? There's no visibility on the traditional systems, but we need a network visibility on PII information for meeting regulatory compliance. We know what kind of penalties are being levied on the companies for even missing out any on the PII compliances. So this is where we feel there is a shift in the technology, the way in which we have been looking at the security overall. So what is the need of the hour? So primarily it's the next gen NDR, right? So in cybersecurity, you can protect only what you can see. Therefore, complete visibility of the network becomes extremely crucial, right? So that is very, very important. Additionally, it is essential to acknowledge that the first line of cyber defense might not always suffice. The world is moving away from the traditional cybersecurity and towards a more active cyber resilience. Coming to the cyber situational awareness, it is the immediate knowledge of friendly adversary and other relevant information. So cyber situational awareness, this is a situational awareness platform has been used by for almost 4 decades by the Air Force. In fact, situational awareness was actually coined by the United States Air Force, where you need to understand everything about your environment so that a critical decision can be taken based on the data available. So it's merging of your situational awareness, merging your data science, merging of cyber security to make sure that holistically you can protect any environment. So NDR, the network detection response, which we are I've been talking, right? For partners, primarily based techniques. For example, analytic techniques to detect suspicious traffic on the network, analytic techniques, suspicious traffic on enterprise. India tools also continuously analyze all traffic and all the right. So, data, of course, we have very good visibility on what on what happened. But the moment you can happen, you are not able to very well unique. The business in the data, in the ability to actually do a lot in of threat hunting. You can build the behavioral models and beyond your traditional, right? And typically, if you capability, it is flexible to flexible right now. The moment of right now, all together, and so the line rates, and so in the real time analysis, the AI ML is actually I am online. Okay. From the backstage, if they are able to hear me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Praveen?
From the backstage.
Sure, sir. I think there's an issue with your internet connectivity. We'll get you backstage and then resume.
So guys, sorry. So I actually got disconnected and never realized. Uh, so so we're talking about the need of the hour, which was the next in India, and I believe I have spoken on about why India is needed in terms of the comprehensive visibility, the active cyber resilience, and the cyber situational awareness, because in today's world the security landscape is changing so much that you really cannot rely on on anything for that matter. So you need to be updated every second, every minute on the cyber posture for your organization. That becomes very, very important. So this is where I was in terms of the NDR. Okay, so why deploy the NDR? Because the flexible deployment supports full packet capture, flow traffic at line rates with real-time analysis, protocol agnostic protocol, 5,000 protocols support. I mean, leverages advanced AI/ML and detecting even private VPN tunnels in Tor traffic, which is there. Uh, Even for the DNS analytics, instead of using a purpose-built sensors in promiscuous mode, it reduces the need for special client network configuration. So the NDR forms, one of the important pillars for any of the security infrastructure today. So when we're talking about the NDR, we also talk about the threat hunting. So detection is the most important aspect of NDR, but hunting has become equally crucial, right? So black box is about finding magic alerts, uh, signature or rule-based risk detection, mostly devoid of context, need tries to associate context and prioritize. But the moment you move to a threat hunting platform, right, where you have loads of your entire packet capture available, right? So you're talking about exploring root cause up to the absolute pinpoint level without moving through different systems. So through one system, you're able to actually analyze threat, do the threat hunting, and prepare for a better response. Then you're talking boosting insider risk detection capability by actually following the digital breadcrumbs to their origin. And that you can only get if you have data beyond the logs, right? If you have the access to the full packet capture, to the last details, to the fact that it has been, updated with the most recent, cross data, cross knowledge from the available scenarios, available systems. And then you're talking about gaining knowledge about advanced adversary using TTP by observing their activities without disrupting the endpoints and prepare for a better response by analyzing a large number of their yet undetected trade crafts, right? So you're talking about only the unknowns, because the amount of unknowns which are flowing in the system today is actually a lot. Improve detection capabilities by applying the knowledge using built-in automation, analyze file-based living off the line LOTL cyber attacks operator for edge, right? So this is where you see a threat hunting platform becomes very, very important, but a log-based threat hunting platform, we need to evaluate, and that is where we believe that the traditional approach has not been sufficient. So here I'm at the end of the slide, So just to give you a brief about where, so we have 100% of India's defense and national security agency relies on our cyber situational awareness technology. Top 5 financial institutions in the region rely on our technology. Top 2 European telecommunication company use Veha solution, and we are OEM to 6 of the premier national security technology providers. So in case of any questions on the technology, I'll be very, very happy to take the questions, and do let me know, and I think I would be able to make up on time. So thank you, team, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, everyone. And I can be reached out on my email ID, which is flashed, or you can reach out to any of my team members for any questions which you may have. So yeah, I still have 39 seconds, right?
Thank you, Mr. Praveen. Up next, we have Mr. Mike Nelson, who is the Vice President, IoT Security, DigiCert. May I please request Mr. Mike to take the stage?
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining this session. I'm excited to be joining this event with you to talk about what I believe is a growing security challenge in the industry as more connected technology enters the workspace and in our lives. Today, I'm going to be talking about something I refer to as unified PKI management or PKI harmonization. But it's about helping organizations to gain better control, gain more transparency, and have better security around their PKI deployments. By way of introduction, my name is Mike Nelson. I'm the Vice President of IoT Security at DigiCert. DigiCert is the world's leading certificate authority, and we're proud of the reputation that we have globally, securing products and services in the PKI space with large enterprises globally. And we're proud of our reputation, the products and services we deliver. To set the stage, though, I kind of want to start by talking about some common challenges that I hear when I consult and speak with my friends and customers about some of the challenges that they are encountering. A topic right now that everybody is discussing is the convergence of IT and OT. Security teams at organizations that have traditionally managed just IT environments are being asked to secure operational technology. The IoT is adding complexity to security deployments, and that's causing challenges and stress for CISOs. Many organizations or manufacturers are deploying products into customer environments, and that's a challenge that CISOs are trying to get their hands around. The rapid growth of connectivity, COVID has added to this as workforces have moved home. In healthcare, you see much more remote patient monitoring. Connectivity is growing everywhere, and that connectivity creates challenges for CISOs. As that connectivity grows, I think a common expression of a challenge is that CISOs feel like they're losing control, or it's harder to maintain control over all of the security in their organization. And even though a lot of these, our customers and people that I speak with are very smart in the security space and they know the technology well, sometimes there's a deer in the headlight feel where it's like, it's hard to know where to start. There's so many things that need to be done, so many challenges to approach, that really knowing where to start can be challenging. And then finally, the last challenge that I'll mention is vendor management. I spoke with a customer of ours recently who told me that they manage north of 10,000 vendor relationships. And you can imagine the burden and the challenge of doing that. Well, I'm not here to tell you today that PKI is going to solve all of these challenges, but I can tell you that unified PKI and having a harmonized approach to the way you deploy and run the PKI in your business can help in a lot of these categories. And I'm going to talk today about why. So in an organization, there are a lot of things that public key infrastructure can be used for. In the IT side of the world, secure email, Wi-Fi device authentication, remote access with VPN, code signing, network access control, smart cards. All of these you can see are common uses for PKI, document signing. And more recently, the IoT, the Internet of Things, has been added to that list. But PKI is a security solution that spans both operational technology and information technology. It's used in both. And so having a platform and unifying your approach to PKI, you can gain a lot of advantages by doing so. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But I just wanted to emphasize the areas where PKI is being used. And these areas are growing rapidly. Public key infrastructure is a security control that really works. And the reason is because it provides some of the cybersecurity hygiene elements that everybody, that connected devices need. User and device authentication, making sure that all of your users are properly authenticated. Anything that your devices are connecting to are mutually authenticated. Authentication is a really critical component of good security. And using digital certificates to enable mutual authentication is a critical component of security. The second one is about securing data. And digital certificates can be used to open encrypted tunnels where data can flow securely. And so that's another important security control that public key infrastructure provides. And the final one is about integrity. Integrity is really important. Practices like code signing help ensure the integrity of code, firmware updates in the IoT world, any data that's being generated by a device and transmitted needs to have integrity associated with it. And so integrity is another important security control, and public key infrastructure can facilitate that. I hear this a lot with our customers, is what keeps me up at night is the unknown, the lack of control. If you're a security leader in your organization or you have responsibility for security, the things that you are unaware of, I'm guessing, is what causes you to lose sleep at night. And so I would attribute this quote to any CISO that I've spoken to who feels a lack of control. It's the unknown. DigiCert recently conducted a survey where we interviewed over 400 medium to large enterprises. On average, a couple interesting stats that I'll share with you. On average, those organizations managed anywhere between 50 and 100,000 certificates. The volume of certificates are rapidly growing. But a more interesting takeaway from this survey is what we found around the unmanaged certificates. On average, if an organization was managing 50,000 certificates, 1,200 of those were unmanaged. Those unmanaged certificates is a risk to those organizations. That means they don't have control, they don't have management, they don't know when they're going to expire, when they need to be renewed. And when certificates expire, bad things can happen if you don't have automated processes or processes in place to ensure renewal in a seamless and an easy way. And so those unmanaged, I'll say it again, unmanaged PKI or unmanaged certificates is a risk to organizations. And it's really important to get control of that. And that's why we talk about unified PKI management, getting control of all of the PKI in your organizations. I'll tell you, most every organization that we start conversations with probably have 3 or 4 different PKIs running in their organization. Those PKIs have different routes. They have different hashing algorithms. They have different encryption algorithms. They do things differently. They're not harmonized and they're not unified. The importance of bringing those things together in a controlled way is very important, especially as more and more connectivity comes into your business that is going to be using the PKI. So I want to talk a little bit about the things that you can unify with your PKI. The first one is about platform, and clearly DigiCert is a provider of PKI. Platform is really important. We have a platform called DigiCert One that offers a single pane of glass into all of the different managers. And what managers are the different products. So if you're using enterprise PKI, if you're using IoT, if you're doing document signing or code signing, we have managers for each of those solutions. We also have, of course, Search Central, which is our public SSL platform. All of these sit within DigiCert One, which is our single pane of glass. It gives you ultimate control for all of these different types of deployments. So harmonizing and unifying your PKI management is really important. The second thing I tell organizations is to be thoughtful and plan for your root hierarchy. Organizations can have a single route to manage all of their business and then spin off different issuing CAs or ICAs to different business units or product lines or different uses of the PKI. But planning and being strategic about your route hierarchy is really important. We consult and work with a lot of organizations who buy and sell businesses frequently. Well, you can get yourself into a challenging situation if you have a PKI route that is on a particular product that you're selling off. If that PKI is moved to another organization, does it impact your other instances of PKI? And so having a route strategy and hierarchy that enables you to have flexibility and to do things like the the acquisition and selling of different businesses. The other thing that is important to harmonize and to unify is the way you govern your PKI. Public key infrastructure needs to be updated to ensure and stay on top of best practices. Does your organization have certificate policy documents that basically lay out the blueprint for how the PKI can and should be used? Government governance documents for large organizations are very important because they provide that blueprint. So when a new need pops up, or if you're a manufacturing organization and a new product enters the space and they need to use PKI, they have a blueprint for how to do it. And they do it in a way that's controlled, they do it in a way that's unified with the rest of your organization, and it helps bring a better control over what you're doing. And the other one is operations. Public key infrastructure is only as good as the way you operate it. Who can, if it's code signing, do you have the ability to control who can sign, what they can sign? Do you have the ability to dictate who can request and provision certificates or spin up new ICAs? Having good operations around your PKI is very important to be strategic and to plan for. And so that's another area where we encourage organizations to be thoughtful in the way they are deploying things. Certificate profiles, certificate management, having robust automation, having robust revocation, renewal policies and practices, having unified certificate management. So if you're a CISO, you can see your entire deployment of public key infrastructure. You can see how many certificates you have. You can discover certificates. You can see when they expire, and you can have automated processes to help you renew them. All of these things are so important to maintaining and establishing control of your PKI. And finally, the last couple things is reporting and auditing. Being able to generate reports that show you when your certificates are going to expire is very important. And it ultimately brings great control for your organization. So in summary, the benefits of unifying your PKI, transparency and control. With PKI, you need to have that. Enhanced customer experience. If you have devices that you're deploying to customer environments and those devices begin getting alerts or go dark because certificates expire, your customers are going to be frustrated. So having control around those certificates and making sure that you're doing the right things will enhance your customer experience. Having robust reporting and auditing of your PKI. Vendor consolidation. Instead of having 5 different vendors of PKI providers, having one who can provide all of them is something that can bring cost savings and also eliminate some of your vendor management headaches. And then having a single pane of glass for your PKI, having access management, having right management control, all through a single platform really helps bring a unified and a controlled approach, which the ultimate benefit is that you get more restful sleep in doing this. I really appreciate, I know my time is about up. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attendance. If you have questions about anything that we've talked about today, happy to answer any questions for you. My contact information is here. Please feel to reach out if you have follow-up questions. We'd love to interact and help you in any way that we can. Thank you so much. Hope everybody has a great day.
What my presentation will be devoted today. Well, actually, typically that's the presentation which takes 15 minutes, but today I have just 15. So I'll be very brief. If you'd like to get more info, you can come to Belkasoft webinars and belkasoft.com/webinar. Okay, so very briefly about myself. I'm CEO of Belkasoft with experience in digital forensics of almost 15 years. Also used to be a lecturer in a university, and I'm a mathematician by my background. And my company is doing just digital forensics and incident response. We don't do anything else. And the main product which we working on called Belksoft X, and it does some mobile forensics, and particularly is pretty advanced in AISS devices acquisition and analysis. And let me skip some customer slides. So what methods you have nowadays in to acquire data from iPhones and iPads, from iOS devices? So if you do have a physical access to a device, there are a number of ways, including iTunes acquisition, which is standard. You can use lockdown files, for which I'll explain in my next slides. There is a protocol called Apple File Conduit. Then you can use jailbreaks. There are some advanced methods like agent-based acquisition and checkmate. Finally, there is a small method, but still useful, called crash lock acquisition. If you do not have a physical access to iPhone, by the way, speaking, when I say iPhone, I mean iPhones and iPads, because more or less all the methods are common among them. So I'll be speaking iPhone. This will mean iPhone or iPad. So if you do not have a physical access to an iPhone, you still can have some data out of it, thanks to a backup which you can find on a synchronized device, or iCloud data, including recent iCloud backups synchronized with the device. So let me start with the second portion of methods, because they're simpler to explain if you do not have a physical access to device. So you can hope for backup on a synchronized device. If a person made a backup locally to their desktop or laptop, you can hope to find this information. So if it was ever synchronized. So you can try to search. There are many tools which can do that. You can actually do this manually, because a location of iTunes backup is well known, and there are multiple tools for that, including Belksoft, which can help you to automatically find some mobile backups and recover them. Unfortunately, the backup is not. It doesn't contain much info. I'll say it when I'll be speaking about iTunes backups. Cloud forensics is on the rise nowadays. It may give you, it's natural, because more and more applications and devices would store their data in a cloud rather than locally. So we need some tools, some methods to go into a cloud and forensically, well, as much as we can, download data from the cloud. So there is a possibility to download. Speaking of AISS, you can download data from iCloud. This is Apple specific cloud, which can store some data, including some contacts, notes, reminders, whatever. And also it can contain backup. You know that the owner can choose where to store AISS backups, whether it's locally on their laptop or desktop, or in iCloud. If the second option is chosen, you as an investigator can download data from iCloud using Apple account and password. Well, in some cases, email notification is sent by Apple, so you should be aware of, but not for the case when you downloading backups. And the tool which we have helps you to download particularly iCloud backups. And by the way, there is a poll which I'm now publishing, whether you can, whether you use iCloud forensics or not, whether it is allowed in forensic investigation in your countries or not. Interesting. So please go and answer the poll I have just published. Okay, so if you do have an iPhone, you have iTunes, which is a standard way to get data from the device, as an official way. and least useful just because it contains very limited volume of information. It requires iTunes unlock device with exception which I'll be speaking about in the next slide. It affected by restricted USB mode. You cannot do iTunes backup if the device in so-called restricted mode. Yeah, limited volume of information, no emails, no chats from many applications like Telegram, no health data, and so on. You should know that encrypted backups contain more data than unencrypted. So if your tool allows to forcibly encrypt backups, it will give you much more information. Particularly, it will give you keychain. Yeah, our product, of course, also supports that, can do forcibly encrypted backups, and of course, can analyze contents. I told you on this slide that it requires unlocked device. There is a single exception. If you do have a lockdown file, which is a specific pairing record, which is stored on a synchronized device to facilitate next synchronizations, in this case, you can avoid unlocking the device. So if you have a locked iPhone and you have expired pairing record stored on a synchronized device, you can acquire iTunes without unlocking the device. So it's a small piece of magic, but it works. This lockdown file is valid for 30 days only, so you will not be able to use it like 1 year after. Cannot be used in after first unlock. So if it's your device in restricted mode, you cannot use it. Same iTunes backup, same volumes of data, so no more magic, just the possibility to get the iTunes backup without unlocking the device. Yeah, again, our tool can do that, so no surprises. Apple File Conduit. This is a media transfer protocol which allows you to download some media files like photos and videos. Not so many information, but many files can be extracted, but still sometimes you only need media files. In this case, you can use this AFC protocol. It requires unlocked phone and trust between devices, between your iPhone to you are investigating and your forensic machine. Jailbreaks is a little bit more interesting and a way more fruitful way to method to acquire data. It requires something called jailbreak, which allows you to get broader administrative rights on the phone. Not completely forensically sound because you are changing, you're introducing something on the device. So it's not allowed in some countries, but I don't know about your countries, but sometimes, in some countries it is possible to use jailbreaks. So the main thing for us as digital forensic investigators is that jailbreaks allow you to acquire so-called full file system copy. That means all the files on the media on the storage of an iPhone. And also keychain. Keychain is a storage of passwords on the iPhones, and having keychain is crucial to decrypt things like Signal, Messenger, Vicker, and others. So our tool can detect presence of a jailbreak, and then if it detects it copies full file system, keychain, and then can analyze this image. Even more interesting is agent-based acquisition. Agent-based acquisition uses different exploits in AISS, which allows you to access device even without jailbreak. So it's much more forensically sound to use an agent. It requires unlocked phone and trust, and also Apple enrollment and Apple developer program. It could be paid, which if you have a paid ID, there is no need on internet on the device. If you have a free account, you will have to switch internet on the device. But both will give you full file system extraction and keychain. And with Belksoft, we support version 10 to 14.3. And important to mention that it is for all the devices, including iPhone 12, if it falls in the range of supported iOS versions. While some other methods, like checkmate, are only available on some specific model range of devices. Let me skip the demo because because I don't have time for the demo. And another method, really interesting, which I already mentioned, called checkmate. Checkmate is an exploit in hardware. So unlike agent, which uses exploits in vulnerabilities in iOS in the operating system, checkmate is hardware-based vulnerabilities. It was found in boot ROM of Apple devices. So the authors called it unpatchable because it's really hard to recall all the iOS devices on the market and patch. Checkmate allows you for full file system extraction, and again, this can be done without jailbreaks. Do not confuse checkmate and checkra1n. Checkra1n is a jailbreak. It also allows you to acquire full file system, but it's less forensically sound than using checkmate vulnerability. And in our product, we have this support. So we are using this vulnerability. We do not jailbreak the device, and we can acquire full file system from all devices from iPhone 5S to iPhone X and iPads with the same system on a chip. Important to mention that sometimes we are asked when you will support iPhones 12 or 13. Never. For checkmate, never, because this vulnerability is closed after iPhone X. Even iPhone XS does not have it. So full file system can be extracted, keychain can be extracted, and then you can analyze what is inside, which is really good. No traces left, so that's not a traditional jailbreak. Let me skip some demos and some other things. So, interesting fact about checkmate is that you can extract data even if you don't have the passcode. It's called before first unlock mode, and if the device was rebooted or powered off and you don't have a correct screen lock, user data is encrypted, but some data is not, like some system data, some Wi-Fi connection details, some applications installed, and so some pictures, not all, but you can find something what you can extract, even without having the passcode. So you can see that our experiment, that in locked device, we still were able to extract fair volume of data versus unlocked device. So it still gives you some hopes to extract data. So let me publish another poll, which methods are you using for iOS investigations. Well, that's more or less it for today. And I don't think I have any Q&A, but if you need some information from me, just drop me an email at yuj@belksoft.com. I will send it to the chat. Thank you for your attention and have a great conference ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Yuri, for sharing with us your presentation and for talking to all of us here. And I'd like to now invite our next speaker, Mr. Pramanik from SysTools, who will be talking to us about email forensics. Mr. Pramanik, welcome. Are you on mute? Because we can't hear you. Yes.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Devashish Pramanik, co-founder for SysTools, and I'm going to take you through discuss about email forensic through our solution, Mail Examiner. So let me share my screen.
Yes, you're
I
visible.
hope you are able to view my screen.
Yes, it's visible now.
So we'll discuss about today about Mail Examiner. It's an email forensic product. We always feel proud about this solution. That's it's made in India product. There are only two companies in India which developed forensic product, and Systool is one of them. Systool is around a 13-year-old company now, based of Pune and Delhi and US. Focus is product and services in digital forensic. Uh, and today we're going to talk about our product Mail Examiner and how it is helping law enforcement agency and corporates solving their investigation in cases related to emails. So where are we seeing use of our solution as shared by our customer? One of the major area we have seen where Mail Examiner has been used for email forensic is theft of trade secret cases like IP theft related cases, intellectual property for unlawful purposes. We've also seen cases related to cyber stalking, financial fraud, detection of any bad content sent through email. So where we have seen Mail Examiner or users of Mail Examiner a lot. So typically, if I say what Mail Examiner does, give a very powerful solution for comprehensive solution for email forensic. It is specialized in forensic analysis of email related investigation. So for example, you may have a solution like NKS, FTK, and others for disk analysis, hard, if you have a hard disk and all. But if you want to if you want to investigate only email related cases where only emails are involved, Mail Examiner is one of those solution available in which is being used. Our customer involved in terms of corporate organization like Walmart, HP, Samsung. uh, in law enforcement in India is like CBI using it. In the US, many of the federal agencies like US Army, Department of Defense, uh, Drug Enforcement Agency, Federal Trade Commission in US are using our solution. So in terms of overall solution, we basically divide into four part. The first part is processing, that ingestion of all email related data. Then analysis come. So we provide a very powerful option to analyze email data. How do you do a review with your fellow colleagues, and then use a solution to export data for production to be used in courts. So in terms of process, we support more than 30 plus email format. It include email client like Outlook, PST file, OST file, Exchange EDB file, NSF, Lotus Note, Mbox. You name any of email format of any email client, we do support Incredible and all. We also support cloud-based based email ingestion like Gmail, Outlook, Office 365, Google Vault, and all. One of the I think one of the area where we basically differentiate with our competition is corrupted file. Like we can read file which are corrupted, we can read deleted emails. And as part of processing, we index the data, email, and attachment. As per our performance from our test labs, we can process up to 15 to 20 GB of PST in an hour. We can read Gmail data 1 GB per hour. Again, it's a test labs. We may have a very limited capacity, but we have seen a much improved performance at our customer site. As per our analysis, we support search, very powerful search, regular expression, stemming, proximity, all whatever you require for any search capabilities are there. Analysis wise, we do one of the things is image analysis, like skin tone analysis, identification of weapons and all. We can find out deduplication, link analysis, time analysis. We do those things as part of analysis. So our objective is that the investigator can get a lot of things out of box without putting much effort. For the data that they have ingested. In terms of review, we have a cloud-based review system and a shared drive. So typically, your investigator need to ensure with their legal team whether this particular set of evidences are admissible, are responsive for their investigation or not. In terms of production, we support format like Excel, CSV, HTML, PDF, PST. EML and print option. All these are acceptable in the code. We can also integrate with your e-discovery solution like Concordance to take care of that. In terms of deployment mode, we sell as a single user license or a collaborative. If you have a lab where you want to deploy this, like Dubai Police recently has deployed the mail examiner for the entire lab, for their forensic lab, and they are using individual licenses, and then they have a server to collaborate amongst the investigator. So let me just share my what I just go to a demo of the solution just to give a brief glimpse of our solution. So let me open a case. So I'm trying to open a case. If you know, so I've just done some. Let me just close and launch my application again. Okay. And there's a problem in my machine. Okay, I think I may not be able to showcase this. So just go through the screens. So I said our customer include Walmart, Goodyear, Planet Data, and all. We have the from the screen perspective, we have the screen for you can ingest the data and then see all the emails in a particular. It's typical like an Outlook. You can see you can preview a particular email. You can do search. All types of search are available, and then you can see the search results. You can see the various type of analysis you can do, like timeline analysis. So you can see the search result across how many years or months it has there, and then nail down to a particular month and day. Word analysis to show you all the data, different how much is the word intensity or frequency in the search result that has come. Link analysis. Link across if how different recipient or sender or two or BCC, how they're communicating. Suppose there is one person trying to communicate has and ABC, and A has sent a mail to B and B has sent a mail to C. So all those you can see it out here through a link analysis. We also support export data as PDF, PST, email, and all. We support skin tone analysis, as I said, so we can look for those bad images, including skin, or we can include like weapons and all. We can also look for images. If you have images, we can do a geo tagging of that where those images were taken based on the meta information present in the file. Yeah, that's it from my side. Yeah. Yeah. If you have any question, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Mr. Pramanik, for your presentation. And with that, I'll now invite our next speaker, Mr. Vikas Seth, CEO of Data Track Systems. And he will be, in fact, giving a presentation on dealing with damaged storage devices. So, inviting Mr. Seth, welcome.
Yeah,
And
hello,
over to
hello
you.
everybody. Thank you for giving me opportunity for coming into this platform. So without wasting further time, and let's start the process. So let me share you a presentation where we can discuss and okay, I think give me a second. Oh, I think it has got some issue. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet. You'd have to share screen. We were able to
Okay.
see it earlier before you turned it off.
Okay, so usually we have this kind of issue where when we deal with the damaged media. So damaged media doesn't mean the device which store the data is getting detected or it's not getting detected. Damage means when you cannot access the data in any way. So it can be a deleted data, it can be a formatted data, it can be a data where it could be a ransomware attack, it could be a process where you are trying to access particular
Hi,
file on your
sir. So
system or
sorry for
your
the
folder on a
interruption.
system, and
Are you profiling any presentation?
yes, I'm doing, but I can't share it. I don't know why I'm not able to share it.
Two things. One, can you please switch on your video feed?
Yes, definitely, it's on. My video feed is on.
It's on your. I believe your shutter was off. Okay. Second,
Yeah, okay.
there is a third icon at the bottom. I can guide you in how we can do it.
Yes, when I try to click that, it shows me two options, that is entire screen and Mozilla Firefox.
Yes. So you can click on entire screen,
Okay, so now
and
I clicked on the.
say share.
I can't say share, but
So once you click on entire screen, the share button gets active. It becomes blue.
right. So this is what
Perfect.
I'm getting.
Now you
Means I'm
can
getting.
now you can open up your PowerPoint. No, sir.
Okay,
So I
let me.
believe you've unshared it. What step we can follow is while you're sharing your
Okay,
screen.
now I got it. I got it. I got it.
Perfect.
I got it.
I'll be here. I can validate once we see the screen.
So can you see the screen now?
Not right now, sir. What we can do is while of course you're sharing the entire screen, but the moment you share it, you can just open up your presentation and you can put it on slideshow mode.
So now I'm on the slideshow mode. Can you see it now?
No, sir. If you want, you can send the presentation to us and I can do it on your behalf.
Yes, that I can do right now. So must please give me a moment so I can.
Yeah. You can send it to me on my email ID.
Okay, that will again take time. So let me start without it. Then I can
Perfect. Sure.
share you the information. That will be much
Sure.
more okay for me.
Perfect, sir.
So
Perfect.
my name is Vikas, and I am from Data Track System, and we are into data recovery from past 20 years, giving support and technical support to some of the major data recovery companies across the India, and even some kind of companies which are located in other countries, as well as we are giving training to many forensic lab like TSTS, CCP, CID Bangalore, CRPF, MPATS, FSL Mumbai, and other agencies, where we are conducting and giving them training on how to access the damaged media, how to understand the drive, how to understand the file system, and then you can access the data without, you can say, certain software capabilities on your own, you can recover the data, and you can handle the drive where they are physically damaged or logically damaged. So this is what we potential do, and as well as we have also made some of the hardware system where which can be used for on-site forensics and to acquire and analyze the data on site. So they are just like computer system, but they are very compact. So let me share some of the information on data recovery and drive. So most of the time we see or we face, means it's a common in every day, every person must have lost their data somehow. Either you have deleted it, either it's not visible, either you can't access it, or your drive has gone, or your mobile has gone, or the system where the data is stored is not accessible. It can be NAS, it can be server, it can be RAID. So the main thing is how to analyze the symptom, right? So in recovery or in the storage media, there are particularly two type of major issues. One is logical issue, one is physical issue. Logical issue, you can see operating system related issue. It can be deleted, it can be formatted. Partition issue, OS reinstallation, virus, ransomware, and these are the logical issues where operating system is somehow working or the drive is physically working, but you are unable to access the data. So these data can be recovered using softwares. We'll come on to that. And another part of damage is physical, right? Where your device or storage media is having no power, it's dead. If it's a hard disk, it is making any kind of sound. It has got bad sector. Uh, it can be a knocking. It can be detecting, but still you are unable to access the data up to a certain level. And very unique kind of issue in physical is that is a firmware issue, right? Where drive is initializing whenever you power it on, or device is initializing. I'm not saying a particular drive. It's just like mobile. Your mobile is, you can say it's powering on, or your hard disk is powering on. You can see the logo, but you cannot see the complete screen. So in the same condition in hard drive, the drive is initializing, but you are unable to access the uh, data. Operating system is not loading, your system is not recognizing drive, but still drive is in active condition. So this kind of issue is very unique, and it's called a firmware issue. So currently this firmware issue is also comes into physical crash. So we have different solution for two kind of different problem. One is logical damage, that is where we use some kind of data recovery software, or you send it to a particular lab. You can use any forensic software to analyze. And the last and the most common unused option is manual recovery. Because of our so much dependency on software, and you can say easiness of this software, we are actually eliminating or omitting this kind of recovery, that is a manual recovery. But believe me, this manual recovery is the core of whatever you do in any kind of recovery or any kind of system. It's a core, it's a base. So we implement this kind of manual recovery into our seminars or into our training session, where we make sure that the user is familiar with this kind of process. So I will just share you a very small recent example of last week, where we have received one memory card, and it was from a marriage memory card. It was not of so much crucial, but still memories are memories. So we received one SD card where it was formatted in a camera, and the people tried to recover it logically, right? Because it was a formatted case. Data was not coming out. So as it came to our lab, we analyzed it, we worked on it, and manually we were able to recover the data, not through any software. Just to settle my curiosity, I used that particular card and made its image in a forensic software, and then I tried that particular image on two forensic software. You won't believe both of them has totally denied that there is no data. One forensic software says it's a true crypt and a very crypt image. Another software analyzed it and gave no result. So the main thing is, if I would be a forensic company or a forensic agency and totally relied myself on this software instead of having some kind of potential in or some kind of knowledge in manual recovery, I would also deny that no data is present in that particular card. So, as a part of recovery, as a part of handling the drive, we initiate on manual recovery, then on software, and then on other whatever comfortable measures or tools you have in your lab. The same thing comes with the physical case where the drive can be burned. There could be an electric issue, or you can say some power failure issue in the drive. There could be some firmware issue, or it can be a water damaged drive. So we receive those drive where the in a actual murder case, the DVR was thrown into the water for and it was lying there for 7 days. When it came out, it was totally rusty and drive itself was damaged. We analyze the drive, we manually repair the drive, and then we recover the data, and we have the evidence of actual murder scenario. So this is what we figure out, that apart from relying totally on any kind of software, because they are very powerful software, right? But they have certain limitation. They cannot interact with the user at a certain level. So we initiate that yes, any forensic lab or any forensic person should have at least some kind of knowledge or some kind of process, that yes, even if it is not recoverable in software, I can analyze it, I can come out with certain result, I can give certain output on the device, and then it can be solved. So not taking much more further time, if you have any queries or questions, you can start communicating, or because it's a very small session to cover up complete things, but I would definitely like to know if you have any curiosity regarding device handling or drive handling while you are facing any kind of issue in your lab.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Seth, for talking to all
Thank
of
you.
us here. Unfortunately, we could not see your presentation,
Yeah,
but
but
we
still I'll mail it.
right. You very much covered for it. So thank you once again for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you so
And
much.
I'd like to thank you. I'd like to now invite our next speaker for a chat on challenges in Mac forensics. We have with us Mr. Manoj Kumar from Forenso Digital, and he will be in fact talking to us about challenges in Mac forensics. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
Thank you, Samriddhi, and thank you, DSCI, for inviting me onto this platform. So today we are going to share some information about challenges which we faced in Apple Mac forensics. It's a general practice to use Windows-based forensic tools while working on the cases, but there are certain challenges which are faced by forensic examiners. While dealing with the Mac data, Mac forensic images on Windows-based forensic tools. So I will introduce myself. I am Manoj Kumar, and I am a CFC. It's a certified forensic computer examiner from AISS, and I'm a regular instructor there. I am director of software development for Summary LLC USA. It's a US-based company, and Steve Whelan is the founder of the Summary LLC. And I'm also the founder of Forenso Digital Technologies Private Limited India. So all the products which we have at Summary and at Forenso Digital, so they are totally developed in India. I'm the architect of Paladin Forensic Linux, Recon Lab, which is Mac-based tool, Recon Triage, Mac Live Analysis tool, Recon Imager.
Mr. Kumar, can you just share your screen with us? You can use your PPT presentation. Just share it with us using the share screen option. The tab
Yes,
right next to the video.
yes, I have did. I did.
No, you've now you we can't see you because probably you've turned off your video. Yes. And can you also turn on your video?
Yes, please. So is it all good?
Yes, perfect now. Please carry on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'm the architect of Mac-based forensic tools, whether it's the analysis part, the dead system analysis, live system analysis, or the imaging part, and also the architect of carbon virtualization suite. I'm an active digital forensic examiner, and I usually assist Indian law enforcement agencies. I conduct Mac forensic trainings, and I help them with some forensic cases. So let's start with the challenges. The one of the main challenges with the Mac is their file system. So in 2017, they introduced their one of their new file system, APFS. Previously, they were using HFS plus file system, and nowadays this is the default file system for all the Macs. So it happened around 2017 and 18 when Apple introduced their new APS file system. It was very difficult for Windows-based forensic tools to examine the data which was acquired from Mac system, the forensic images and other type of data. APFS is totally proprietary, and it took time to reverse engineer APFS and build the support for APFS in Windows forensics tools. So there was a time, it was of several months, or roughly you can say like 1.5 to 2 years, that Windows tools were not having clue about APFS. And during that time, analysis of Mac forensic images and the Mac data on Windows forensic tools, it was slowing down the complete case solution. And what happens, let's say if Apple overnight changes something into their file system. So again, if we are working on Windows tools to examine Mac data, we are going to have some hard time, deconstructing all those data structures and understanding the file systems. So here, my suggestion is, if we are dealing with Mac forensic images, it makes sense to use a Mac-based tool or the Mac itself. Here is a sample screenshot. So I will explain you how the things are complicated with the Mac nowadays. So here we can see there is a disk 0, which is internal, and there is a slice in it, disk 0 slice 2. So if we check the name of the slices, it is container disk 1. And if we check at the bottom, disk 1, it is a synthesized disk. So disk 1 is not a actual physical disk. It has been derived from disk 0s2. And inside this synthesized disk, there are virtual volumes like Macintosh HD, pre-boot recovery. There are so many, volumes inside it. So it becomes difficult, to understand like what part we should image and how we should image. So these are the challenges which are faced, while we are bringing our Windows-based, forensic knowledge into the Mac. So it makes sense that we become native to Mac while working on Mac cases. Uh, if we do this, then understanding all this kind of partition schemes, the synthesized disk, the virtual volumes, it becomes very easy. The next challenge with the Mac is their Fusion Drive. So Fusion Drive is what Apple has done is since 2012, they have used the less expensive large storage of spinning drives and the fast speed storage, but the expensive one of the SSDs. They have combined them together to create a single logical volume in such a way that all the frequently used files will be stored in the SSDs, and the lesser used files will be stored on the spinning drive. So they have been designed for the optimum use for both of those types of storage devices. They are very tricky to image. Yeah, they are tricky. So both of these two drives combines to create a virtual drive. Then the question starts like which one to image. Whatever we do, we have to have a Mac in the equation, because fusion drives are native to Mac, and understanding these fusion drives, imaging them, or combining the forensic images of both the parts, it's super easy on Mac. There is no or limited support on Windows forensic tools about Apple Fusion Drive. Here is a screenshot of the Apple Fusion Drive. So here there is a disk 2, which is external and physical. It has slice 3 and slice 5. Both slice 3 and slice 5, they are the part of Fusion Drive, and they create another disk, which is disk 3, and it is virtual. So so this is a sample one, but in the real case, it will be like, two physical disks will be combining to create one virtual disk. So if you image both of these parts separately, and if you bring them to Mac will be able to recognize that, hey, these are the two different parts of the same fusion drive, and it will combine them. But if you bring them on a Windows machine or Windows based forensic tools, it will be having very, very hard time. And there are very good chances that Windows forensic tools or the Windows, they won't be able to understand what the heck is this. So again, if you are native to Mac, these things are already supported on Mac. The next challenge comes is with the Apple disk images. So there are three types of disk images which are native to Mac. They are DMG images, sparse images, and sparse bundles. A suspect can store his data on a sparse image, and the sparse images are not readable on Mac. And I haven't seen any forensic tool who are supporting sparse images in their forensic tools. So on a Mac, they are just like a single click mount. So if you have any of those images or the containers, if you just single click, double click on those images, they will be mounted. The only thing is you should make them read only, otherwise it will be mounted as read write. There is limited or no support on Windows forensic tools. These can be used to as a destination device. So in our tool Recon Imager, we have one of the option where we can acquire a suspect's data into a sparse image. And sparse image, they can have any type of file system inside it. So usually we use APFS or HFS because they are native to Mac. And after a request from some of our other friend companies who are having Windows forensic tools, so we have added support for DMD images, because DMD images are supported on some of the forensic tools now, but sparse images, no, they are not supported yet. So if you have a suspect data, like the Mac data, and if he has is all those bad stuff in a sparse image, then you will need a Mac to mount those images and read that data. The next challenge is the Apple metadata. So Apple metadata is the gold mine of evidences. It's a gold mine, which is since decades have been ignored by Windows forensic tools. But nowadays they have started to realize that analyzing the Apple metadata can help them to solve cases at a very fast speed. So even though they are supported on Windows forensic tools, but it is all reverse engineering, because this particular the databases in which the Apple metadata is stored, the extended attributes are stored, they are proprietary, and you can only read them if you are on a Mac, or if you are using some reverse engineered stuff. The Apple metadata changes with the different version of Mac OS. So when they bring their new version of Mac, so they bring some new Apple metadata. If you're on a Mac, no other tool is required. No other tool is required to view Apple metadata which is related to a file. Let me give an example like how you can make use of the Apple metadata. So what we do on a forensic tool, we bring a forensic image, then we index each and everything, and then we start doing our searches. So Mac is always indexed. It indexes its data, the metadata all the time. And if we are on a Mac, we can very quickly start doing searches, the keyword searches, the file name searches, the extension searches, the file type searches, and we can even bring a forensic image on a Mac and like bringing a Mac forensic image on a Mac, mount it, and we can straight away start using the spotlight feature of Mac to make Apple metadata searches. And if you bring a Mac forensic image on a Windows tool, the places where the Apple metadata is stored is totally different from the file itself. So on a Windows system, it is very difficult to relate the metadata with the associated file. The next challenge is about the Apple timestamps, and I have experienced a lot of time, and I have answered a lot of questions about timestamps in a Mac case. So Mac is a combination of three different operating system, and one of the layer is Unix. It's a BSD Unix, and Unix has those POSIX timestamps. And most of the Windows tool, they just use the POSIX timestamp while examining a Mac forensic image. But Apple macOS wants you to ignore POSIX timestamps for forensic analysis, and there is a strong reason for it. The reason is, in previous slide, we have discussed that Mac indexes the data, it indexes the files, it indexes the metadata. So that means it is touching the file. It is changing the timestamp of the file. And what timestamp it changes? It changes the POSIX timestamps. So if we are using POSIX timestamps from a Mac forensic image to solve a case, so I would say 99% of the time, your timestamps will be wrong. Your timestamps will be wrong. So we should always rely on the Apple timestamps. So there are 4 or 5 important timestamp associated with Apple files on an Apple system, but there are more timestamp with extended attributes. Timestamps like GPS timestamps, downloaded date, last due date, last open date. So there are so many different timestamps associated with a file on a Mac system, which are ignored by Windows environment or Windows based tools. The next challenge is, okay, we are processing a Mac forensic image on Windows machine. Okay, we have found Apple Pages document, which is similar to MS Word. So when you try to open an Apple Pages document in MS Office, so it will be open like compressed file, because Windows doesn't understand these file formats. Even if it understand, it won't be able to understand them fully. So if you are having a Mac forensic image and you find some document, and if you are on a Mac, so those documents can be opened by Mac easily. And Apple has its Office suite for free. So you can simply download it from Apple Store. And then comes the Apple bundles. So there are different applications on a Mac which are associated with photos. One of the important is the Apple Photo Booth, which is used a lot to exploit kids, to groom them, taking their pictures and all. So all the bad stuff. And there is also Apple Photos. So what Apple does is it stores its data related to Apple Photos or Apple Photo Booth in some kind of container, and those containers can be easily read by Apple system. But if you bring them on Windows or Windows based tools, what they will do is they will read different databases, they will read different files, and they have to do a lot of hard stuff to create the same picture which can be easily created by the Mac. So the bundle of Apple photos, the bundle of photo booth, you can simply copy them from suspect forensic image or suspect machine, and you can read them on your own Mac examination machine. So moving on to the last challenge about Mac forensics for this session, it is about Apple's new machines. So what Apple has done is they have used their mobile devices processor in their desktop machines, in their laptop machines. So what they have done is they enhance the power of their own architecture, and now they are slowly replacing the Intel processor with their own silicon chip, and they call it M1, and it is a ARM based chip, advanced reduced machine instruction set. So it's with the introduction of Mac with M1, they have actually changed the boot process of the machine, and if we want to run a program on those machines, it should be either ARM based binary or universal binary. Universal binary is a combination of both ARM and Intel. Rosetta is used to run the Intel based binaries on M1 machine. And for live machines, let's say if you are at the crime scene and you want to analyze a live machine, so Rosetta may not be available. Target this mode has also changed, and now you need to come out with different plans, like how you will acquire the data from those machines. And that's it, and I'm really sorry about I have taken a couple of more minutes for this session. So I hope this session was very informative, and this is my contact information, my email IDs and my WhatsApp. So in case if you need any assistance with Mac forensic, just please give me a call. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Manoj Kumar, for talking to us, for giving that very informative presentation. And we'd like to now move on to our next speaker to talk about to us on primer on preventive forensics. We have amongst us this afternoon Mr. Nilay Mistry from NFSU Gujarat. And I'd like to invite him on stage now to make his presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me for a session and a nice introduction. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to every participant. Let me share my screen with you.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Yeah. So today our topic of discussion is regarding with the preventive digital forensics. It's a primer on preventive forensics, but I'm just taking that particular topic related to the digital forensics, that is the preventive digital forensics. This topic is actually coined I think it is a long time back by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. J.M. Vyas sir. So that is a preventive forensics, and I'm taking that particular topic today. So what is the preventive digital forensics? So before going to or before jumping into this particular aspect, we first need to understand what is the digital forensics and what is the present status of the digital forensics right now in the country or in the other part of the nation or other part of the world, right? So normally the people are following the main two parts into digital forensics. First is the postmortem forensics, and second is the on-site forensics. So you can say live forensics, right? So postmortem forensics normally happen like this. If you have any kind of a security incident, you identified it, then the evidence will be acquired from the various type of digital device. Either it may be the computer, it may be the mobile phone, or it may be the other kind of digital evidences, right? And this step generally takes a long time and long after the incident is being identified, because there are a lot of other stuff which like communication by the people who is actually the victimized, or either by the particular organization. So they call you, they call the police officials, they call the expert, and a lot of things are going between the incident and evidence acquisition process. So by then it is possible that the evidence may no longer exist, or maybe or has been modified by some of the process or some of the things, because today we are living in that kind of a world where the information is very quickly updated and very quickly you can say modified by the technology itself, right? And analysis performed on acquired evidence. This has happened with the post-mortem forensics. Even though if you can go to the on-site forensics, then again you are doing, or the forensic expert is performing the activities on the on-site once the incident is recorded, or once the incident is occurred or happened, right? But nothing can be done before the incident can be occurred, or you can say proactive measure into that kind of a thing. So whether it's a post-mortem forensics or whether it's a on-site forensics, both the incident or both the activities can be performed once the attack or once the incident will be identified by somebody, right? So to cope up with the sophisticated cyber attacks nowadays, because you must be aware about a lot of deceptive technology, or you can say lot of those kind of a technology like anonymity, then cryptocurrency and all other kind of a technology which can work in a fractions of the seconds, right? And even though sometimes it's a non-detectable crime, undetectable crime, and detectable crimes, right? So most of the time there are a lot of crimes which is occurred right now, but we cannot detect those crimes into our organization itself because of the limitation of the technology and all other things. So to cope up with the sophisticated cyber attacks, we required some more proactive approach into this particular part, and that is the main definition of the preventive digital forensics. So preventive digital forensics is actually a prevention of the crime using the concept of the digital forensics and apply on the some pre-active stages or proactive stages, right? Which proposes a modification, little bit modification to be done with the traditional digital forensics, which is there in NIST SP 886 standard, which is telling about all the digital forensic aspects, and it is based on experimentation, iteration, and learning. So these are the three stages which we can include into our traditional digital forensics. First, we can do the experimentation, then we can do the iteration of whatever we detect or whatever we identified before the crime is happened, and then our learning resources, and you can say learning after the incident is occurred or before the incident is occurred. So what is this particular approach? What do you mean by this preventive digital forensics? So this approach allows to design, develop, and evaluate a set of digital forensic capabilities that are implemented in the critical IT services of your organization. So nowadays, somebody is saying me that most of the time, if you are talking about the APTs, right? So APTs are sitting in your systems, or they are doing a lot of activity, but those activities are not identified by the most of the security systems, right? Because they are too much sophisticated and they are working in very low profile manner, right? So normally your system will not identify anything, whether it is communicating with the command and control, either it is communicating with the other kind of systems or processes, or other type of a network systems which is attached with the critical infrastructure which is attached with this particular system. So we never know this kind of things which is happening right now into our system. This approach also facilitates the digital forensic tasks, making the process easier in discovering and evaluating the indicator of malicious behavior, and help in crime detection, identification, and prevention in very early stages, right? So it is not like that some incident is occurred and then after you go for the for imaging the devices, or do the acquisition of the different devices with the different standard operating procedure. So at least we required some kind of a preventive digital forensics and standard operating procedure we required nowadays, because the crimes are committed in that particular way. So that's why we required those things. Now, what is the benefits of this preventive digital forensics? So through preventive digital forensics, we can say PDF also. So effective response to the computer security incident in a shorter possible time with reduced cost, right? Then because we earlier we know the database, or you can say the data set under which what kind of activities can be performed, then what kind of IOCs can be generated. what kind of indication of compromise. Like if I'm just giving you one small example, like if some virus wanted to come to my system or some malware wanted to come to my system, then even though the software or the small exe, or whether it's a not exe or whatever the DLL file come to my system, it will again create an indication of compromise. Now, if I have that indication compromise related data set into my computer, and my computer is monitoring constantly on that particular part, then I can at least identify whether some kind of activities happen and which activity is not good for my computer, right? So this though, see, antivirus is doing all these activities, but every antivirus is their own limitations, right? They cannot identify it from the proven data sets and all other things, right? They only can identify it from the whatever the virus signatures or the national or international repositories of the viruses are there. So they can only identify it from those signature. And some antivirus are little bit advanced into this nature, so they can also identify some of the behavior, but not the total behavior of the system. Again, the benefit of preventive digital forensic is pre-incident evidence, the product of preventive digital forensic. So you can also identify pre-incident evidence. Your system can very easily collect all this information, which is the reliable source to detect and mitigate the threats. What I said in the earlier few part, right? And proactive measure can be taken to prevent the latest cyber crimes. Like I just wanted to give you one very nice. That is related to the predictive policing and preventive digital forensics. Both comes together, right? So what happened very recently, we faced a lot of trouble during this pandemic situation, that lot of people are creating the fake account on the C2C kind of platforms, right? So some people are taking the name of some big government organization employees, or they are taking some name of the on the name of army people. They create some kind of a bogus what you can say, that profile, and dupe the people and cheat the people on the some C2C platforms, right? So to catch up all these things, what we identified all kinds of red flags. Like, just I give you one example, that normally I identified that some team is sitting on the OLX or C2C platforms. Now they identified that this person is having the same DP, or you can say the same profile pic, with the name like somebody's name is Nilay Mistry. Like example, we can take a Nilay Mistry. So one person is created Nilay M, somebody's created Mistry N, somebody's created a Nilay M, or those kind of a different account with the same DP, right? And they try to cheat the people. So we identified some kind of a red flags, and we identified those accounts, and that we also communicated with that account, under which we can get all kind of information, that what kind of a Paytm numbers, what kind of beam utility numbers, or whatever the numbers they are using, right? So we identified those number, even we identified the mobile number, and then we given those information to different government department for the verification purposes. And then after, we identified that lot of law enforcement agency and lot of states is having the same number which is used in earlier some cases, which are to cheat with the people, right? So we identified this kind of information, and we block those accounts and we block those numbers because the case is already there in the other state on this particular kind of a numbers and all. So this is the one very nice example of you can say predictive policing and preventive digital forensics, both the things. Now, let us come to the phases. What type of phases we are actually expecting into the preventive digital forensics? So normally in preventive digital forensics, right now we can add 3 stages. First is the analyze. Second, we are building our data set, and third, again we calibrate. We can identify any false positive is there or not. Any of the my methodology should need required any kind of a calibration or something. And then again I will start the analysis, then again I build the data set, again I calibrate, again I analysis, and this cycle will be moving, this phases will be moving across. Now, what type of methodology? We earlier discussed that we need to add something to the NIST or whatever the traditional digital forensics. So here is the part where actually we can implement these 3 phases: analysis, build, and building and calibration of the methodology and the data sets. And then we collect and preserving pre-incident evidences. So we have a now bigger data set over here with us, and then after we can go for the further examination, then analysis, and then reporting, which is the traditional digital forensics. And even in the incident response which is there in NIST 861, we can again add this preventive digital forensics before the preparation or at the preparation phase, right? So here you can see this particular at the preparation stage. If you have this kind of pre-incident evidences, then you can very easily detect and analyze the events. You can also identify which device has to be need to be containment into the containment or eradication and recovery phase, or how we can perform the post incident activities. So this is the methodology through which we can incorporate this PDF, or you can say preventive digital forensics, to the traditional digital forensic and incident response processes. Now, there is one another part which is right now a lot of people are talking about, that is a DFINT. So it's a digital forensics through OSINT. You can say that is the term, digital forensics through OSINT, open source intelligence. So this DFINT is nowadays is a very what you can say very favorite amongst the lot of developed nations, right? So how OSINT can be helpful in different aspects. So OSINT can be helpful to us in identification of a latest cybercrime, or you can say the sophisticated cybercrime, and sometimes in organized these crimes also, right? It will help the investigator to identify the illegal action is happen. And maybe like nowadays the lot of things are there, means lot of social medias are used for different purposes, right, to commit the crime. So in that particular aspect, if the OSINT and digital forensic intelligence, you can say, so if we can identify those social media accounts and social media kind of a monitoring we can do, then we can identify a lot of things which is happen in future. We can detect it in the very earlier stages, right? Second is a cyber security and cyber defense. So nowadays what happened that if some kind of attack is happen, like nowadays threat intelligence solutions are there, and you can say threat profiles, or you can say threat kind of data cards are already available with a lot of agencies. So people are taking this threat intelligence feeds, and they can put it inside the cyber defense center or threat defense center, and they can get all the information which is happening across the globe or across the world, right? So now this threat intelligence feed can be utilized in the way you can do the further OSINT onto that, and you can identify whether which kind of attack can be possible on which kind of sectors in future. So that is also the one kind of you can say predictive kind of investigation you can do, or predictive kind of a security you can enforce using this particular OSINT technique. And last but not the least is a social opinion and sentiment analysis. So nowadays people are very much sentiment on lot of other things, right? Like if you are having some kind of a thing and some sentiments are identified, like let us take an example of COVID-19, right? So once the vaccination is came to the market and people are taking the vaccination dosage and everything, then earlier I taken a snapshot of the Twitter with the sentiment analysis, and I seen there a lot of unhappiness regarding with the COVID-19 was there. But nowadays I can see since last 3 or 4 months, or even 6 months, I can see the sentiments are totally changed on the COVID-19. Now people are very happy because of the COVID vaccination and all other things, right? Means I'm not talking about the Omicron right now, but the earlier whatever the stages are there. So that is my research on the Twitter, to identify whether what kind of sentiments are there in the people's mind when they are hearing the some kind of a word, or when they are thinking on some kind of a situation related to the words and all other things. So this is all the personal kind of research you can do, and you can very easily identify that what is the next kind of things can be done, and what is the sentiment is there in the people's mind, so that we can easily identify by these things, right? Now let's everything combine together, and we can do the how preventive digital forensic can be in the action, right? So you all have the OSINT data, so whatever the open source intelligence data, whatever the sources you gathered from the various online platforms and everything, I will show you that platforms also, few of the platform if time allows me. Then whatever the internal data I have, maybe my firewall logs, maybe my network log, maybe my endpoint logs, and maybe the log generated by each and every device, like my mobile and everything, right? And also I can create third-party data. So this OSINT data, internal data, and third-party data combined together will give me some kind of information related to some kind of a victim or suspect, or suspect A is connected to the victim in which particular way, and suspect B is given some kind of information to suspect A, and suspect A is affecting that particular victim. So this kind of information I can very easily identify with the use of preventive, or you can say predictive digital forensics. There are some OSINT tools, and one of the very nice tool which I like the most, sorry, is this one, that is the MEM Hunter. This particular tool is very nice, and I can show you that particular tool. Let me just go through the one tool only. So here it is. So this tool is a very nice tool, and it gives you very nice information on what kind of a endpoint sensor tool you can say. So it will actually monitor your memory against the fileless malware or those kind of a thing. So normally most of the time the malware are actually working in your organization as a fileless malware nowadays, because the sophistication of the technology. Either it may be a zero click, or either it may be a one click, and it will directly associated with your memory, and it will work from your random access memory, right? So this tool will regularly keeping watch on your memory, and then after it will give you the whenever the malware is trying to trying to do any kind of activity, it will quickly give you the information on that part, right? So this kind of a MEM hunter activity you can also perform, and this will give you the very nice identification on the fileless type of malware. Besides that, you can also refer this OSINT framework. It is a well known to everyone, right? Very well known framework to everyone, and with the tools and technologies and the websites, right? Another tool is this intelligence X. So here I can share my, I can see my email and what database is containing my information and all. Here I can also get some of the predictive information on where I can have some type of the same email ID is used at which particular part, right? So I can also identify this person is having a different account on different organizations, right? Here I can also there is a Spiderfoot HX is also a very nice tool which can help us in investigation, right, of various type of information, various type of information. And here you can see this is a Twitter, which is a sentiment analysis. So here I can show you the some kind of a sentiment analysis, how people are identifying the things, how people are doing, what kind of keywords, word clouds that I can very easily identified from this, right? So this is all about my presentation. Thank you so much. If you have any queries and questions, please let me know.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mistry, for your
Thank you
presentation.
so much.
I
Thank you
hope
so
our
much.
audience had an insightful session. So thank you once again. And with that, I'd like to now invite our next speaker, and joining us for a conversation on mobile forensics. Now, what is new? We have amongst us Mr. Stuart Hutchinson from Oxygen Forensics, who will be, in fact, elaborating on mobile forensics. Mr. Hutchinson?
Good morning. How are you?
Welcome to AISS 2021, and over to you.
Thank you very much. I should just share my screen. Bear with me.
Sure. Yes, we can see your presentation now.
Okay, excellent, fantastic. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Stuart Hutchinson. I'm the Managing Director for Europe, the Middle East and Africa here at Oxygen Forensics. And today I'd like to speak to you about mobile forensics and the way in which we have to start thinking a little bit broader and looking at changing tactics when it comes to mobile forensics. As mobile devices become more and more common, and there are concerns over things like digital security and personal privacy, mobile devices, generally speaking, are becoming a lot more secure. That in itself poses a huge challenge for ourselves at Oxygen, but not only us, other vendors in the industry that are looking to provide forensic solutions against mobile devices. So today I'm going to run through a case study with you. It's a criminal investigation that happened here in the UK. And why it's kind of important is changed the way in which a number of UK law enforcement agencies looked at how they investigated crimes which involve mobile devices and the data contained within those mobile devices. So a little bit about my background before we get going. I was 23 years with the Metropolitan Police at Scotland Yard in London. Most of that time was with the Special Branch High Tech Unit. I spent a certain amount of time with what's called the Association of Chief Police Officers in relation to terrorist investigations. And I also supported the 2012 London Olympics, again, with open source intelligence and open source research and things like that. After my time with the police, I moved to a company called Black Bag Technologies before coming here where I am at the moment, which is Oxygen Forensics. So let's have a look at this case study. Case study revolves around quite a horrific murder that occurred in the Midlands here in the UK. The person you can see on the screen at the moment is a gentleman called Brendan Massey. Brendan was 23 years old and suffered from learning difficulties. As a result of receiving a number of different messages on a number of different platforms, he was lured to a park, a public space. And once he arrived at the public space, he was really badly beaten, stripped naked, and left there in the park. When he was found by the ambulance crew and the emergency services, they found 99 individual injuries across his body. And as a result of the severity of those injuries, he died later in hospital. He was described as a very happy, lovely, friendly young man, and obviously the whole incident was devastating to his friends and family. These two individuals, Keith Lowe and Joshua Hack, were responsible for that attack. They filmed the attack on their mobile phones because they wanted to show that off to another individual. But following the attack, they became somewhat nervous and basically deleted the footage from the phone. There was footage on the phones, and we'll talk about how we accessed the phones and how we got all of this back once I've finished the case study. There was footage on the phone of Mr. Mason. There were some pictures of his body on the ground in the park. But there was no actual evidence on the devices themselves of the attack itself. When they were questioned, both Lowe and Hack essentially said that they were walking through the park and had discovered the body and had photographed the body for a variety of different reasons, but they weren't physically involved in the attack in any way, shape or form. Obviously, their devices were seized and data was recovered from that. And what the police were able to identify from within that data were some messages and some calls organising their visit to the park, talking about the potential of attacking somebody. But all of that evidence was circumstantial. There was nothing physically linking them to the attack itself. So they pleaded not guilty, and as a result, the case was taken to the Crown Court here in the UK. And 2 days into that particular case, the case was halted. The case was halted because we were able to find evidence and data in some cloud accounts associated with those devices. And that evidence that we found was video footage of the physical attack itself, and it showed Lowe actually physically beating Mr. Mason up. As a result of that being taken to court, both Lowe and Hack were pleaded guilty and were subsequently sentenced to 21 years in prison for that attack. So let's have a look now at the techniques that were used in order to get that successful trial conviction, and some of the techniques and the products that we use to allow that data not only to be recovered, but to be presented in court as well. Oxygen Forensics provides a single tool. It's called Oxygen Forensic Detective, and it comes with a number of built-in modules. And a number of these modules we use really effectively in this case. Initially, we have a forensic extractor. So it's the one in the top left-hand corner of this particular diagram. And our forensic extractor is designed to work against mobile devices and drones. The real power of the forensic extractor is that it allows us to bypass screen-locked devices. So as I said, a lot of the devices now are coming with either full disk encryption, with file-based encryption, but it could be something as simple as a screen lock that prevents investigators actually physically gaining access to that device. So we've got some really exceptional capability built into the extractor, where even if you have a pin-locked device or a screen-locked device, we can bypass that. On the Android side specifically, and I think Lowe's phone was a Samsung. I think it was an S9 or an S10 from memory. It was screen locked at the time, and the investigators were able to use and leverage the technology built into the Oxygen Forensic Extractor to bypass that screen lock. Over here in the UK, people can be compelled to provide you with their PIN number, but only in certain offences, predominantly on the terrorism and serious crime side of things. But we were able to bypass that and gain access to the phone. Once we gained access to the phone, we were able to recover the messages that have been sent between Hack and Lowe, and obviously we could see that there was a conspiracy between them and that they were looking to carry out an attack at that location. We were also able to recover the photographs of Mason's body in situ, but the video footage had been deleted. And the problem with that was, and again, with the Samsung at that stage, it was file-based encryption. And because that data had been deleted, the keys giving us access to that data, whilst the data still sat on the phone, essentially, the keys relating to the encryption around that data had been obliterated. And so whilst we were able to potentially recover the data, it was encrypted data, which we couldn't then present to court in any way, shape or form, or in fact see what it was. So in addition to their mobile devices, the police were also able to recover a couple of computers, a couple of laptops, one for each of the two suspects. And we used another Oxygen product called Oxygen Forensic Key Scout against those computers. Oxygen Forensic Key Scout is designed to run against a Mac or Windows or a Linux machine. And what it looks for is it looks for a variety of different things, but predominantly it's looking for user tokens, cloud tokens, website tokens, and things like that. But it's also looking for user credentials, so usernames and passwords. If we have usernames and passwords, if we have cloud tokens, then we push that to our cloud extractor. And we can use our cloud extractor, as we did successfully in this case, to pull data down from a cloud account associated with those devices and pull that down in a forensically sound manner. So our cloud extractor was the first in the market, and we still really lead the world in cloud forensics. We're up to 98 different cloud services. And as you can see from the slide, that includes all of the Google infrastructure, the Apple infrastructure, Microsoft. We've got some great capability against WhatsApp. We support two-factor authentication. And if there are proxy servers that you need to go through, we've got all of that covered. Why go to the cloud? Well, look, in this case, it's a fantastic example. The data had been deleted on the device itself. So it was not there. We couldn't recover it from the device. But because the way mobile devices work, a lot of that kind of information, photographs and videos, audio, is automatically sent up to either the Google Drive or the iCloud account associated with that device. So we were able to recover that data, albeit it had been deleted on the mobile device, from the cloud account. You'll also find unique data in the cloud. WhatsApp's a good example of that. There'll be lots of group chat information up there that isn't necessarily stored on the handset. So always use it as an alternative source of data, absolutely. And sometimes it can actually be faster to get that data down from the cloud. So if your investigation is time sensitive, it may take several days to break a passphrase on a phone to gain access to the phone. But if you've got the laptop and we've been able to acquire some tokens or some user credentials from the laptop, it will give us access to the cloud accounts associated with those devices. And we can start downloading that data from the cloud before we've even broken into the phone. How can we access it? As I've already said, we can use a user credential, so username and password, tokens. For WhatsApp, we can even use things like the phone number of the device to gain access to that WhatsApp account. Or with our systems, we've got some QR codes, which again, make it a lot quicker and easier. Where are we going to find all of those things? All of those things are going to be either on the mobile device, on the computer itself. We can use social engineering. Passwords are found in all sorts of places. Notebooks, under the keyboard, all the usual spaces. So I wanted to talk briefly about the difference between username and password and tokens. And this can be really important if your investigation is sensitive in any way. With passwords, yes, we can put a username and a password into an account and it will open up the account. The issue with the passwords is it will almost certainly activate two-factor authentication. So other devices associated with that account will receive an access request requiring the owner of that to provide verification and things like that. So if your investigation is on a sensitive level, cloud tokens don't activate two-factor authentication. So if you don't want to know if you don't want other people to know that you're looking at their cloud account, then the tokens are critical to that. The downside to the tokens, as it says there on the right-hand side of the screen, is that the tokens are time limited, and there's no real way of telling how long that token is going to last. So if you do find tokens, either on a mobile device or on a laptop associated with that individual, use those tokens as quickly as possible. It may be that they're going to expire the following day. You may have a week. It's difficult to tell, and it varies between service and service. This is an example of KeyScout. And again, it will run on Mac, Windows, or Linux, and it will go off and it will look for, as you can see on the screen, all of those tokens and passwords. And once those tokens and passwords have been recovered, it's very simple just to push those straight through to our cloud extractor. We just tick the ones we want and press the extract with cloud extractor button, and that will start downloading all of that information from those cloud accounts. And that's what happened in this particular case. We knew we'd seen the photos on the phone that we'd unlocked, but there was no video evidence on the phone. What we found on the computers were cloud tokens associated with some Google Drive accounts, and we were able to leverage those to gain access to those Google Drive accounts. And with that, we found the videos that essentially led to both Lowe and Hack pleading guilty to that account. As a takeaway from this, mobile devices are becoming more and more secure, and there's always going to be a period of time between the release of a device and vendors like ourselves' ability to get past the security on that phone. It could be something, excuse me, it could be something as simple as an operating system upgrade, which modifies the security on that device and makes our tools and other tools in the area incapable of getting back into those phones. So we have to remember to broaden our approach to this. You will find that data elsewhere on cloud accounts, and the access to those cloud accounts isn't only going to be from those mobile devices. The access to those cloud accounts is going to be within computers and elsewhere. And once you gain access to those cloud accounts, you're going to get the data back, or as much that a similar amount of data back from there as you would do from the mobile devices. So that's my 15 minutes. It was a very short presentation. We have got a fantastic reseller and partner that covers India at Third Eye. If you'd like to try out any of this or have any questions for me, please fire it off to them. I'll be happy to discuss those with you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hutchinson, for sharing with us those valuable insights and talking to all about mobile forensics. We thank you once again for joining us on the Annual Information Security Summit 2021. And with that, I'd like to now invite on stage our next speaker and the last speaker for this session. And we have amongst us Mr. Abhijit Mohanta, who is a malware researcher and in fact will be elaborating on a primer to malware detection. And as you may be able to see on your screens, Mr. Mohanta has now joined us, and over to you.
Thanks, Amriti. So let me start sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
It is. You may carry on.
Yeah. Uh, about myself. So I'm a malware researcher with around 15 years of experience in the field. I am author of the books Malware Analysis and Detection Engineering from APRESS Springer publication. And I'm also the author of the book Preventing Ransomware from PacketPub publications. I have written several blogs and I have around 6 patents around malware detections. I have been also working as a corporate trainer, and I have been security researcher at Juniper Threat Lab, Symantec, and McAfee. So let us start with the introduction. Uh, so before getting into the subject, why we are talking about this, since we are in a forensics track. So a lot of attacks these days involve malware. Like when you talk about sophisticated APT attacks, nation against nation attacks. So most of the times malwares are involved. So that's why we would slightly talk about malware detection, so that it can help forensics analysts to create a certain signature to scan around the infected systems to find out evidences. So some prerequisites are required for this. You should have some understanding of malware analysis, like static analysis, dynamic analysis, and reverse engineering. So this would be good if you talk about detection, even though I'm not talking in details in this. So how to approach malware detection? So you should have the understanding of the following. You should have understanding of malware lifecycle. You should have understanding of the techniques used by the malware. You should have understanding of various components inside of malware. And again, there are types of malware because different types of malware behave in different manner. uh, the things to what we consider while detecting a malware is static properties of the malware. That static property is something that is visible in the malware without executing it and which is present in the file. Next, the behavior. So behavior comes into picture when you execute a malware, and after that whatever the malware does to the system, like its impact on the system, so that is consist of the behavior. So persistence and stealth mechanism, all these are a part of behavior. Let's start with malware components. So all these I have put on the basis of my books. So the core component of the malware is the payload, which is the which executes the core functionality. So there are different kind of malwares, like a backdoor is supposed to open background port. A ransomware is supposed to encrypt the files on your system. So all these are the core components of the malware, which is the payload. So around the malware, mostly malware is wrapped around with the core payload is wrapped around with a packer so that it is not visible easily. So basically when you look into the file of the malware, you cannot see the payload most of the time because it is packed. So I'll come talk about the packer slightly later. So next is the stealth. So all the malwares, they try to hide themselves from plain eyesight and even from antiviruses. So they employ various mechanisms to hide themselves or keep themselves in stealth. This consists of rootkits, and they can even consist of they might even consist of very simple techniques like changing the file properties to hidden. We might have seen such things normally. Next comes to the armoring. So armoring is something the malware does to protect itself from techniques like reverse engineering or malware analysis or even from antiviruses. So this might consist of things like environment awareness, like a malware analyst analyze malwares in a certain environment like virtual machines and all those. So some malwares try to enumerate where they are, and they figure out where they're executed, and this actually use the armoring methods. Persistence. So all the malwares try to stay in the system. Like say suppose there is a banking trojan, it would like to stay in the system and then monitor the system for a long duration. So for that it used persistence mechanism to survive reboots or re-logins. Next is the propagation and spreading. So most of the malware, when they enter a enterprise environment, they will try to propagate to other systems. So this is commonly called the lateral movement in technical terms. So within an organization, they will try to move from one computer to another via various mechanism. So next is communication. So whenever a malware is able to compromise the victim machine, it tries to communicate send the information what it retrieves from the system to the attacker. It can steal username, passwords, and other information and send it to the attacker with the help of CNC communication. So here are different types of malware and capabilities. I'll run through them very quickly. So viruses. So viruses is the first of the malware. So to common public, people think that every malware is a virus. But the truth is, virus is just a kind of a malware. So viruses usually infect healthy files in the system and turn them into malwares. So Sality and Virut are these are the some malware names, actually virus names. And next is the remote access trojan, like Poison Ivy, Warzone. These are the remote access trojan. So these are primarily used in complicated APT attacks where they can these have capabilities of logging keystroke. They can allow the attacker to control your machine and monitor your machines for long duration. They can take screenshot, see your switch on your video, audio, etc. Then ransomware. These are the most popular malwares we hear of these days. So they mostly encrypt the files, they lock resources. Like DarkSide is one of the ransomwares. Information stealers and banking trojan. So they primarily target your information that is stored in your system. It might be your saved password in the browsers or your FTP clients, or it might be cookies, or it might be some other banking information, etc. And crypto miners, these are typically popular these days, especially with the Linux servers. So
around. No hats, no boots, no high vis, no job. Well, if you go back 25 years into the construction industry, across around health and safety, a real challenge around the number of people that are getting injured. And the challenge was, how do we stop that? Most people in the industry said, well, if you try and put too many things in place to stop that, you're going to stop the industry moving forwards. Now, if you go to any site, pretty much globally, you'll see signs like this, and they're adhered to, and these things are deployed. It's taken a long time. It's taken 20 plus years to get there. And most people were laughed out of the water when people said, we can do this. Now, the things that made this work was accountability. So accountability then was undertaken by board members to say, we are the ones now at risk if something happens to our staff members. And when you do that, there was a massive impact around saying there will be 0 incidents on site. They've set extreme challenges that aren't always met, but they've set the challenge so far ahead. If you set the target to be 0 incidents, then actually you're going to get very close rather than just saying it can't be done. We have the same situation going on in our industry right now, which is to make sure that leadership are taking on board the seriousness of cybersecurity in business. We're starting to get there now. And as we continue to mature, I would expect us to start to see the same kind of conditions as we've experienced in other industries in evolving going forwards. So just in summary, a few thoughts to consider. And I appreciate throwing lots of information out there, but I discussed the basic premise of people, process, and technology. That still applies to everybody in our industry. But keeping pace with all of the variables, which are around skills and training, the internal competition that takes place there, the stakeholder management and skills and education of entire teams, being able to balance responsibilities across the organization, a real critical one for me, that is, how we're handling regulations and making sure we stay on top of those, and looking at how risk varies across the organization are all important variables that are going to be taking place for all of us to consider. There's no point looking for a magic bullet. I know it's cliched, but that set of golf clubs isn't going to make us play better. Think about what we're going to do holistically and what the outcomes are we're trying to achieve. And lastly, establishing maturity can be done. We should have confidence that it can be done when we look at other industries, but we also have to be bold about the aspirations we're trying to take within organizations around cybersecurity. So I'm going to stop talking there for a moment. Don't want to go over time, but I'll pause for now and then give any opportunities if there are any questions or anything else that people would like to raise.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. That was a wonderful, insightful session. Moving up to our next session, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Don Tan. He is from Lookout. His keynote is about with the topic the mobile world. Mr. Don Tan is the Senior Director of Sales, APJ Lookout. Can we please have Mr. Don on stage?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone is well and staying safe. Let me first begin by taking this opportunity to say a big thank you to all of you listening in. I know you have options, and I'm honored that you have chosen to spend the next 15 minutes of your day with me. I'll do my best to make this session as informative as possible. Let me first start by giving you a brief introduction of myself and our company. My name is Don. I run the local field efforts here in Asia Pacific. I have over 18 years of cybersecurity experience, having spent the last 4 years predominantly focused on the area of mobile and cloud security. Moving over to our company, our company has been around for the last 14 years. It has been founded by 3 researchers from the University of Southern California. We have grown today to become the leader in the mobile and mobile application security space, protecting users and devices at the intersection of the personal and the business view. Through our global network of offices, we support over 100,000 companies and protect over 200 million devices across 160 countries globally. At the core of our technology is the Lookout Security Graph, a artificial intelligence machine learning based platform that ingests and processes telemetric data from all these devices and is known to be the home of the largest corpus of known mobile applications in the world. On any given day, the platform automatically convicts over 4,000 phishing-related sites and identifies over 9,000 malicious applications. With that out of the way, we have a great agenda lined up for you today. I hope everyone will find it fruitful and have good points to take away from. I'm going to touch a little bit on how things look like, point out certain challenges, pain points that you as an organization might face and should take note of, share some really surprising statistics about mobile users in India that would definitely raise an eyebrow, and lastly, wrap up everything by offering you an opinion and recommendations as how you should enhance your security posture. And without further ado, let me start off the slides. The world we live in today has changed. It has been changing the day the first BlackBerry was introduced and was accelerated when Steve Jobs announced the first iPhone over 14 years ago. With the onslaught of COVID, it merely supercharged it and kind of pushed us all over the deep end. Today, as it stands, and we look past current shelter in place, trying to open up cautiously, things are starting to sink in, and people are starting to get accustomed to this new reality. In this new reality, or the new norm, as some people define it, it has redefined how we live and coexist, from social interactions to business communications, and even how our children learn. The lack of a clear separation between work and life is starting to be a big sticking issue for some. But then again, it has also brought forth a whole lot of convenience. With all life-changing events, something is going to rub off, some things will persist. Now the question is everyone ready for it, or will some of us be left behind? What I can tell you is that today we spend the better part of our day glued to our phones, right? Traditional businesses themselves have started to understand that they need to ride the wave. Whether is it a retail shop that leverages on a mobile device for stock taking, to supply chain, to a bank which uses their digital banking application to offer their customers a more intimate experience. The fact of the matter is that companies have already started embracing mobility. It has evolved the way they interact with their users, and this effect has also trickled down to how businesses engage with their customers. In fact, I think that we are now living in the peak of the next digital revolution, whereby we are experiencing a broad-based growth of adoption and consumption of mobile technology. You see, the thing is this, as a company, we will always focus on what saves money. And as a business, the business will always focus on what makes money. Driven by necessity, at times, we tend to forget that there is a need for security. This rush to mobile first has also indirectly translated to more willingness in the adoption of technology and its accompanying solutions like the cloud, where not too long ago, people, companies, governments have resisted the use of this due to security and control concerns. Unfortunately, through the mad rush, everyone seems to have forgotten, and security and privacy has taken a backseat, right? That is until something happens. And there's always the big push and driving factor. Most companies fail to understand that initiatives like this has broadened their cybersecurity risk surface exponentially. Traditional legacy security policies might no longer apply. Failing to see this early on might have bigger implications at a later date. Taking a closer at what some of these implications look like while living in the post-security world is that data is everywhere, users can be anywhere. And this essentially makes the next hotspot or device that's connecting to your resources a corporate responsibility. Now, let's take a moment and really put this out there. I think it's important as it kind of lays the foundation to what I have to share next. The device you hold in your hand today is more powerful than the computer that sent men to the moon 50 years ago. It is a treasure trove of information from your bank accounts, social security numbers, contacts of family and friends. And for that matter of fact, it even knows your biometrics and what you look like. To the bad actors, the hackers, this is like a golden goose that keeps on giving, right? Indians today, spend over 5 hours of their day glued to their device. And do you know why the bad actors continue wanting you to think that your phone is safe? It's because most of them are businessmen. Now, why, as a businessman, why would I invest time on a target like a computer that is protected by layers of security? And worse, the users might not even spend that much amount of time on it. And for that matter of fact, it might not have contained so much information anyway. The thing is that, being shrewd businessmen, bad actors, is all about risk to rewards, return of investments, and basic business acumen. A question you ask, and what most people I talk to ask me on a regular basis, is what's next? And what I can say is, as we stand at the crossroads and peer into the future, this trend is not going away. I don't really think it has peaked. I think it's merely picking up momentum. People will continue to spend more time on their phones. Traditional companies and businesses will continue to mobilize and digitize, right? Either by launching mobile applications of their own or tagging along existing ones. For the matter of fact, you're even seeing exclusive mobile-only companies like Uber, companies like Ola, companies like Zomato coming to market. And the thing is that, have you ever tried booking a taxi from Uber's website? What I can tell you is that is not even possible. Now, the good news is that, at least from an authority standpoint, the governments are starting to take notice. In fact, the Reserve Bank of India, just early part of this year, just released a memo to all regulated entities, asking them to educate, ensure that their customers and consumers knows the importance of having security software on their devices. They've even taken this an additional step further by recommending that mobile applications should be threat aware by design, containing capabilities that would allow them to make informed decisions when operating in a hostile mobile environment. With that said, I just wanted to leave you guys with a couple of recommendations of my own. And the key to all this is the principle of zero trust. Put simply, you should not trust no one and no thing. It doesn't really matter whether the device is corporate issue, whether it's securely accessing resource through an encrypted tunnel, or sitting within the corporate perimeter. There should be no discrimination. Every device, communication, user can and could be compromised, whether is it intentionally or unintentionally. Security should not be applied to where it starts and where it ends. It should be continuous and it should persist. With that, I want to thank everyone for sharing your day with me. Thank you. Stay safe and goodbye.
Well, welcome back. It is day three, the final day of the Annual Information Security Summit 2021, brought to you by NASSCOM DSCI. And once again, as promised, we bring back to you another very, very interesting session. It is a plenary session on PDPB, enabling personal liberty, digitization, and innovation. And joining us for this session is another esteemed set of panelists who will be, in fact, sharing with us their valuable insights and thoughts on the topic. And I'm going to one by one quickly invite on stage, starting with Mr. Prasanto Roy, who is Senior Director, FTI Consulting, and Dr. Ralph Sawyer, European Commission. He represents the European Commission. Amber Sinha, Executive Director at the Center for Internet and Society, and Shinjini Kumar, the co-founder at SALT, will be sharing with us their valuable expertise on this subject of PDPB, enabling personal liberty, digitization, and innovation. So we can, as you may be able to see now, we have on our screens all the panelists, and I'll hand it over the session to our panelists to take it further from here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Samriddhi, and welcome. Delighted to be here on this panel. This the PDP bill and whatever else it's going to be called, maybe the Data Protection Bill, the Data Protection Act, finally at some point of time. It's been long in the making, from the Supreme Court judgment in 2017, and then just Justice Sri Krishna Committee, the first draft, a second draft, then something that we've all been struggling to guess, and we still don't know what is actually going to be the kind of text of the bill itself. But I think the report has shown us a kind of direction. There have been, of course, various versions floating around that we've looked. So I think what we will do is very quickly jump into a discussion on, based on what we know, where this is headed. I think clearly a few things we know by now. One of them is that the bill does include not just, it was privacy to start with, right? It was a privacy bill. And it was very clear from early on that it wasn't just privacy, it was a lot about data, about leveraging data, the economic value of data, data sovereignty, that the government was overall very interested in. And not just with this bill, but with a whole lot of things like the e-commerce draft bill and so on and so forth. Today, we know that non-personal data is very likely to be part of this. That's what the report says, and no reason to believe that it's not going to be there. So the non-personal data aspect is one thing that has, plenty of discussions have happened on the need to do that, the need to drag in non-personal data into this, what it means for a whole lot of companies which are, dealing with data. Do they need to end up sharing their data out for whatever is defined as public good, and a whole lot of other things? Uh, the scope of the application, and I think DSCI has put together a nice analysis on this overnight, so that's very helpful. But they've suggested that we look at only the context of information available in the digital domain. So non-digitized data would not be governed under this bill, so it's only digitized. So at least there's clarity on that. The criminal penalties remain fairly stiff. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And of course, there remain very strong exemptions for government entities. So kind of dial down or water down liability there. And I think that's one of the areas of dissent that has come in from some of the members. And the dissent notes, at least, have been public well before the report itself. And I think the last thing I'll focus on, there are quite a few other points, but data localization. Now, data localization, I think the waters were tested with RBI's April 2018 legislation or circular, which mandated that payments data had to be localized, and stored in India and only in India. And it's been much water has flowed under the bridge. There have been the banning of several card entities, three of them, two of them, Amex and cards, and I think that's work in progress. But it's been interesting there because even processing, which is not explicitly sort of banned, the way data has been kind of mandated to be brought on soil, even if it is processed outside, seems to put a bar even on processing. So now from that test bed, we are clearly seeing a direction where all data in all areas, whether it's geospatial for maps, for Google Maps or Apple Maps and so on, and pretty much everything else is going to come in the ambit of this data localization mandate which is sought to be brought through this bill. So I won't go further there. I think these are some of the key points. There are a few other things on accountability and the transparency practices, um, the timeline and what we expect to see there. But I think that's going to come out from some of the panel itself. So what I'm going to do is ask my fellow panelists to quickly jump in and come up, start off with just 3-4 minutes outlining what their thoughts are on the way forward and on this bill, where it stands, what the issues are, and flag maybe their top 2-3 concerns, and then we'll take that up for discussion. So we'll start in alphabetical order. So Amber, can I ask you to jump in first? Sorry, Amber, I think you're on mute. I'm not sure if... Okay, Ralph, could I go to you while Amber rejoins back? I think he's having some trouble with his audio.
Yeah, sure. Happy to go first. Although, mind you that I'm representing a foreign government, if you wish. I'm representing the European Commission, which is the executive arm of the European Union. So
Right.
we look at this from an outsider that fully respects, of course, the sovereignty of the Indian legislative process, and I want this to be clear that those are some reflections, but it's not meant as a criticism or anything. I think what and I have glanced over the report, which is long, and so I can certainly not say that I have already digested all the details. I think what struck me most is actually that things that were already there, issues that we had identified. We also made submissions in the past as part of the public consultation, have not changed. So it's therefore probably natural that I would come back to those. I think one, there were essentially three issues where we had certain questions whether the draft is ideal or should not perhaps be strengthened. One concerns, I think, the, let's say, horizontal scope, the coverage, scope of application of the data protection bill, and in particular when it comes to possible exceptions either in the draft law itself or the possibility for the government to create additional exceptions for processing by public authorities. From our perspective, if I look at our rules, they have a general coverage. They even have two data protection laws, actually one that covers commercial operators and public authorities in general, and then we have a particular data protection law for data processing by criminal law enforcement authorities. So we try to be comprehensive, and I think it makes sense because data in today's world flows between the private sector, between different private sectors, but also between the private sector and the public sector. And actually, sometimes even the nature of entities might change from private to public or reverse. It's, I think, to ensure the trust in the digital economy, it's important that wherever the data goes, it is protected. And I think I also believe that it can be protected in the same way with the same principles, rights and obligations. Of course, data protection, privacy is not an absolute right, so it is possible, and we have that in our rules as well to have certain limitations, for instance, but those should be selective where it's necessary, and they should be done with the balancing of interests in mind, so proportionality, as we would call it. So it should be framed, limitations should be framed, rather than exempting wholesale certain activities or entities from the application. That's the first point. The second point is on, let's say, the well, the data transfer question, and I would say I have the impression there's a lot of focus on one aspect of that, which is data localization, and that is certainly also of concern to us, in particular as a trading partner of India. We believe it's not healthy for the economy. It's not healthy for the internet because it risks fragmenting or splitting the internet. And it's not necessary. We believe there are other solutions. I mean, depending on what the interests are for data localization. For instance, if the interest is to have access for law enforcement to data, we believe there are other ways to do that through bilateral or multilateral arrangements, such as, for instance, when it comes to criminal law enforcement, the Cybercrime Convention. But that's only one aspect of the transfer issue, where we would think that maybe the bill is overprotective. But I think it's also potentially underprotective for the data that can actually be transferred, because we don't see that the draft in all situations ensures really a meaningful protection or safeguards for the data that can transfer. And we believe, I mean, there might be sometimes a requirement for consent, but consent is a very binary tool in a way. You can only say yes or no. You can either my data can be transferred or not, and individuals might not be. It might be difficult to sufficiently inform them to make a good choice about that, and there's no intermediate way. I mean, because maybe people would be ready to allow the data to travel if there were sufficient safeguards with that. And I think that's where other tools come in, and I would be happy to later on maybe dwell on those, such as, for instance, model contract clauses or the like. And the draft doesn't provide for a toolbox, and I think it would be important to have various instruments or grounds for transfers with protections when the data goes across borders. And the last point, just briefly, is it's not the substance, but it's the compliance part, and in particular oversight and enforcement by the Data Protection Authority. We very strongly believe that it's important to have an independent Data Protection Authority. And I think there have been improvements in the draft to for instance, make the appointment process to shield it more from potential influence. But there's nevertheless, there are, I think, possibilities or powers given to the government, for instance, to give directions to the Data Protection Authority, and not just on policy questions, potentially even on enforcement questions. And we believe that's perhaps not a good idea. In particular, if the data protection law would cover, and as it should, we believe, the public sector, then of course it cannot be a good idea that the public sector could at the same time give directions to such an authority. I think that creates a conflict of interest. So I think there's a trend globally to have truly independent data protection authorities, and that's good for individuals, but it's also actually good for those that are controlled by it, because it ensures that there's a neutral arbiter that both sides can trust in. So those would be maybe my 3 points: scope, the transfer issue, and oversight.
Thanks very much, Rolf. I think that's, I mean, even though you're coming in from an outside-in view, I think that's an excellent kind of summary of some of the challenges that we've been also discussing with it. And I would, going forward, would like to understand a little more about how some of these things are better handled or handled differently elsewhere, including the kind of issues that data localization is attempting to solve. Because, the government says that, oh, we are not really able to leverage the MLATs and things like that when we actually need law enforcement access. But I'll come to that. Amber, can I come back to you? Hope your audio issues sorted out. Your 3-4 minutes, please.
Hi, Prashanto. I hope I'm audible
Yes.
now. So I'll go back, I think, echoing a lot of what Ralph said. I'll go back to where you started from, Prashanto, in terms of the genesis of this draft itself. So it goes back to the Puttaswamy judgment, where there was a commitment made by the government to the Supreme Court that it would create a law, and then the logical conclusion would be that the law should draw its contours from the definition of privacy in Putaswamy 1. And I think the important thing to note there is that Putaswamy established privacy not just as a negative right, which is not just in the context of a vertical right where you protect it from undue interference from the state, but as a positive right where there is a positive obligation on the state to protect the privacy of citizens, both from private actors and from the state. So that being said, I think what we see is over subsequent drafts, the waters have been muddled a fair bit by mixing several issues at one go. The primary objective of this bill ought to be privacy and data protection, and by bringing in questions of data economy, how the government should facilitate it, non-personal data, I think it leads to much more confusion. I think another thing that we need to remember is that the Data Protection Authority, being visualized under this law, is actually going to have a uniquely broad mandate, as opposed to sector-specific regulators or licensing-based regulators, which have a narrower scope of regulation, or regulators like competition and antitrust regulation, where there is a very high threshold that you need to meet, or even something like intermediary liability, where safe harbor means that the point of regulation is non-regulation actually. So every second business is, in some senses, a personal data processing business. And given the very broad mandate that this law has, by trying to introduce other things, it actually confuses the matter. The, it is fine for other policy documents that the government has, for instance, its e-commerce policy, its AI policy, and things like that, to go into those terrain. But I think it's problematic if the data protection law itself looks at concerns which go beyond privacy and data protection and looks at competing what it itself uses competing objectives of digital economy. So I think that is where I see a lot of issues with the law, issues which relate to data localization, issues which relate to the sort of very broad mandate and a fairly unrestricted mandate that the central government will have with regard to regulation and governance of non-personal data, as well as the exemptions that Ralph spoke about, very, very broadly, and in some cases vaguely termed exemptions rather than being more specific. There is a lot of language which is actually self-contradictory when it comes to those exemptions. On the one hand, we talk of the standard of necessity which draws from privacy jurisprudence. On the other hand, we talk of expedience, which is actually a contradiction in terms. So I think those are some of the big issues. The other thing that I would highlight is that for a jurisdiction like India, which has where these businesses have operated largely in a regulatory vacuum, when we move to a robust data protection law with a fairly high legal mandate, you need to phase things out. You need to have a clear strategy on how capacity building for the industry also needs to be done. And in that sense, one of the things that we've recommended at each stage is to have a phased implementation of the bill, and particularly when you're looking at criminal provisions, when you're looking at very high monetary penalties. What we also need to ensure, particularly for smaller actors, on the preparedness that the industry has to implement the law as well. And I'll pause on that note.
Thanks very much. Again, great context in for the discussions. I'd just like to mention for those who've joined in late and can't see the titles against the names. So Dr. Ralph Starr, who just spoke, is from the European Commission. Amber Sinha is from the Center for Internet and Society. He's a lawyer. And I'll move on to Shinjini, whose designation title I think is visible there. She's co-founder of Salt One. But I would also, Shinjini, like to draw on your long experience, first of all with the regulator itself, with RBI, but subsequently as consumer head of Citibank, where you've dealt with this whole data localization piece, which I think was a sort of test bed for what is being attempted to be done here. And now as a founder of a startup which would deal with a lot of data, where you expect to see potential compliance burdens. So how do you see this playing out?
Sure. So first of all, Prashanto, thank you for having me here. I joined because I thought I'll learn a lot, and I already started to. So Ralph, Amber, thank you for your insights. And I'm just going to add a little bit from what they have already said. One thing that and I've had 30 years of experience in Indian financial services, both on the regulator side, almost 50-50 divided between being a regulator and being on the other side of the table. One thing I have realized is that when you design laws or rules or bills or acts, the something that Amber talked about, the execution, the idea of how do they become codified into the actual behavior of organizations, which are the entities which eventually face off to the client, right? Because there is always that market layer between the lawmakers and the eventual user, which in this case is every human being, including employees, including me as a person. So I just think that from looking at what we have looked at so far, it is because the scope is so large and because it is also all encompassing and it has sometimes conflicting or very overarching objectives. I think I'll be very curious to see how that will happen, because one thing that happens in jurisprudence in when an actual law gets made and gets decided through the process of courts and lawyers is that over a period of time you begin to get clarity on some of those implementations, and then there's the case law, and then you go and take a position, and sometimes your position is defended and sometimes your position is not defended. One of the things that I think common across the world in regulatory atmosphere, but definitely so in India, is that you don't normally have that process. Regulated entities don't go to courts against their regulator, barring very, very exceptional situations. So therefore, the interpretation of the law by the regulated entity and the regulators, and there is no such thing as saying based on a stance taken in a certain situation by a court, I can confidently take this stance. Everybody is all the time guessing and blind guessing, and sort of there's this game that goes on. And I just hope that because data is this subject is so important and so all encompassing and has such severe repercussions for how we engage with users or how we even do business in the digital age, that I'm just hoping that it will be more thought through. I will just give you a very simple example. You took the example of data localization, where you yourself talked about the example of processing. So the definition of what constitutes processing, what constitutes T plus 24 hours, what constitutes T, all of those things are things on which industry is forced to take a call, because as a player you don't have the option to not do business, to stop processing, right? I mean, obviously in the end we all saw that some people had to stop processing, but to start with, that's not where you go. So you take a call and you start in good faith. Very rarely do people not do it in good faith. And of course you can get to the point of saying that it's not good faith because of timelines, or because you didn't listen to me, I didn't listen to you, I came to ask you, you didn't give me the right clarification. There's a lot of that begins to happen. So obviously we've seen that in that space of data localization, that eventually industry takes a call is not right. That can be prevented upfront by, or you go by with this idea that every single time, if the regulators have said something, I will take the most conservative interpretation of it and stop doing business. So like in Citi, I've done that sometimes, right? So we've said, particularly on AML or KYC, we've said we'd rather close 600,000 accounts than take even the most minor risk of engaging with the regulators and saying, no, we think this is not incorrect, right? So, but that's not the way you can do business. So obviously, especially in an evolving stage, especially if you're a startup, especially if you're trying to do new things, you can't take those calls. So therefore, you will have to come up with that. So the point that I'm trying to make is that when you implement complex laws, all encompassing laws like this, the implementation of them needs to be thought through. The design for that implementation needs to be thought of upfront as well. So therefore, the independence of the data monitoring authority that Ralph talked about, the constitution of that, the model of engagement with the industry, with the regulators, with other jurisdictional authorities, just creating that jurisdictional roadmap up front, so that a police constable sitting in Chhattisgarh doesn't go and arrest somebody because somebody in Chhattisgarh goes and files a case against somebody. So all of those things are important. I'm not saying that they will not be taken care of, but I'm saying that they need to be taken care of. The other space where we've learned a lot, and I'll not talk about it right now, I can talk about it later, is in the AML space. Once an act gets written, once a bill is written, nobody wants to take a interpretation of it. You always go and say, and then there is hardly any machinery for that. So that's one sort of expectation I would have. The second expectation that I have clearly is that government agencies, and Ralph talked about their coverage and whatever. So I'm not looking at it as a problematic issue from the perspective of personal liberty, etc., which are also issues. I'm not denying them, but purely as an industry participant, I'm thinking that government agencies have an opportunity to show up as examples of doing this well, of actually protecting your data well, because they are always going to have more data than individual players in some sense, right? But that's again something which I don't think we've seen. So my example is the Aadhaar, right? All of us in financial services industry, we have requirements of encryption, what do you call it, digital lockers. We've spent millions of dollars to create all of those security infrastructure, and it's a good thing. I definitely think that's a good thing. All concerns on data are valid concerns. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But on the other hand, to send a courier, you have to give your Aadhaar. To get a vaccine, you have to give your Aadhaar. And you don't have to give, and I have had this fight many times. You can't just give last 4 digits. You can't give a hash number. There is no such infrastructure. You have to, any agent will take a photo of it in their phone. You have no idea where that is going. So you can't have a situation where one set of participants that are covered participants who are also the digital citizens, or people who are building in that space, have onerous compliance, and on the other hand, people who are dealing with physical data, or like, I'm not saying that physical data should not be handled. It will always be there. But if we want to move to a position where we want to prioritize security and data and digitization, because all of those are our objectives, then we can't have a situation where we can ignore how it is used by other authorities in other forms. So I'm not saying that you should dilute your norms for digital players, but we must think about how to build a level playing field in some ways. So those are my two concerns.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chinjini. I think excellent roundup from a very different perspective, and you brought up some interesting points, which some of which I will park. For example, your point that no one really pushes back against the regulators. Now, that's true of the sector you came from. The RBI is a very, very strong regulator, and I don't think anyone really takes the RBI to court. We have seen legislation being pushed back on, for example, the intermediary guidelines. You had WhatsApp going to port. I think when there is a very existential issue, and I'd like to park that with Amber for slightly maybe 5-10 minutes down, on whether you see that potentially happening here, and I'm sure civil society will very likely go to court. Okay, that's one thing which is clear. I don't know if companies and corporations will, if they see existential threats, for example, the mandate for sharing non-personal data through various means for public good, etc., etc. So I'll just park that with you. Ralph, I'd like to address to you how you see. So one was, I think, the point that you made about how some of this could be done better and or differently, perhaps, including the data localization purpose, which is law enforcement access to data and so on. And the only in India part, I'm not sure how to really articulate the purpose of that. I think there's a feeling that if data is stored outside, it is accessible to foreign governments and so on and so forth. So I think that's one question. The second one I'd like to put to you, since we have an audience here of information security professionals and so on, what is likely, how is legislation revised in terms of, refreshed in terms of impact? I don't know if you can hear me clearly. Hear some bit of echo. So maybe if the others could just hit their mutes. Oh, yeah, that's good. So, so for example, GDPR. Now, GDPR has been challenging for a lot of, I know a lot of Indian services companies which supply to Europe and which have struggled to deal with it and come to grips with it, etc. So, do you have a process of refreshing and figuring out what's going right and wrong, especially with organizations and the ease of doing business while enforcing this? And is there some learning from that we can? So that's one question I'd like to put to you.
Okay, so
Thank you for on the first part. I mean, again, it's better for you to judge what are the motivations, the objectives that are pursued with data localization. Let's say usually I see two main reasons for that. One is maybe sort of boosting the data economy. And on that, and maybe creating a pool of data and things like this. As much as this is a legitimate interest, and it's one that we also pursue in the European Union, I think there are other ways of doing that. We are just in the process now of creating various instruments to facilitate data sharing, data pooling, data altruism, as we call it, so that individuals that are maybe ready to share the data for public interest purposes, for instance, can do so. So I mean, there are ways of doing that without sort of sealing oneself off from the rest of the world. Maybe also because you have an interest to actually have a more diverse data set, which also includes data from others. And when it comes, and then the second objective that is usually, I think, invoked is law enforcement, criminal law enforcement, I mean, national security. And I think, I mean, certainly, for instance, on criminal law enforcement, we think it's better to try to rely on bilateral or multilateral instruments, and that's what we are pursuing. We have some bilateral arrangements of I mean, various times and various levels of sophistication, mutual legal assistance treaties, but also more modern agreements. But we have also, in particular, at multilateral level, the so-called Cybercrime Convention, and we have just negotiated, and it's a global instrument which has currently, I think, something like 65 state parties, and it's growing. It's growing at a good pace, and includes, I would say, many of sort of important jurisdictions that hold data also. Such as the US, such as I mean, our member states, Japan, Australia, various others. It's really global, and we have just negotiated a second additional protocol to that convention, which sort of modernizes the tools that are available, and that those are cross-border tools, tools for cross-border investigations, both in terms of speeding up mutual legal assistance, so expedited forms of mutual legal assistance, but also direct access in the sense of direct production orders, orders across borders to service providers, companies in another jurisdiction. But of course, with a set of safeguards and with limitations and safeguards, including, I mean, procedural safeguards, but also data protection safeguards. There's a dedicated article on that. And I think that's a much better way of going about this. It allows each of these parties to also gain access to other data, but do so in a regulated manner, in a manner that everybody has agreed to, and which includes the necessary safeguards, and also, for instance, sometimes includes notification to the party that hosts the data. So I mean, there are ways to do that, and they exist, and I think. Again, that avoids that for the purpose of law enforcement, you shut yourself off and create data localization rules. And then the second question, if I understand well, was more sort of how do you adapt your data protection regime over time, if I can summarize it like that. I mean, first of all, yes, like any new law, I would say it always creates some issues at the beginning. In particular, I think companies need to get used to it. In Europe, and of course, I could imagine even more so you mentioned Indian companies that maybe aspire to the same kind of safeguards. I mean, first of all, of course, they are not covered by the GDPR. There's very, very limited circumstances where they would be directly covered. What they are probably covered by, it might be a contract that includes data protection safeguards, which is not the whole GDPR. It's the most essential safeguards under the GDPR. And of course, I can imagine if you are a foreign operator, and maybe in your domestic law you don't yet have a data protection law that creates additional well, issues and a learning curve. But I think we see a lot of this changing relatively quickly over time as companies get used to it. I think companies most of all want legal certainty. They want to know what rules are in place and how they are interpreted and enforced. And I think there again, the Data Protection Authority comes in, and I think that's the one that can help to adjust over time, because I think what our data protection authorities have done, and they work, we have national data protection authorities, but they work together in a board at European level. And they have developed a whole series of guidelines. I think since the entry into force of the GDPR 3.5 years ago, we have probably 35 sets of guidelines that have been developed on all the major concepts in the GDPR. And they, of course, break this down to a much greater level of detail, and they give practical examples of how these rules apply. I don't know, how do you do a data breach notification? What are the steps to go through? What are certain concepts in the law? How are they understood by the enforcers? I think that's very crucial to have an authority that does that, because a law has to stay at a level of generality. But then on top of that, they are also developing guidance and best practice guides for emergent technologies, for instance. So we have guidance on, I don't know, how the GDPR applies to blockchain technology, how it applies in the AI context, how it applies to automated driving. No, that's not the right word, but sort of cars that go by themselves. And where is other sort of new technologies that, of course, I mean, they develop. You cannot predict all of this. The GDPR is technology neutral. I think it can be applied to any technology. But of course, you need guidance as to how specifically one principle, for instance, applies to the financial sector, how it applies to, I don't know, a certain technology sector. There are differences. And that's what data protection authorities can do and should do. They can adapt these rules over time to a changing environment. And I think they are much more flexible in doing that than if you would need legislative changes all the time. So I don't know whether that's the whole answer, but that's a big part of the answer, I would say.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, Amber, let me come to you on this question of, what is likely to be the legal path forward, and what should, let's say, organizations here which deal with consumer data, and I understand as civil society, you are looking a lot at the, at the individual's rights issues. But from a company's point of view, so for example, global social media companies, which may be looking at a situation where they violate their typical privacy frameworks and policies, if they are mandated to verify users, for example, or they lose their safe harbor and so on. So are there situations in which, I mean, do you think companies should be really looking at anticipating major impact and therefore pushing back? What is the sort of legal pushback that you expect to see if things go as the report seems to suggest in the final draft of the bill itself?
So I think there are multiple issues that could arise. So I think also going back to what you mentioned earlier, there are two situations. One is that the law itself or specific provisions of the law might be challenged by private actors as being constitutionally invalid. So which could be, I think, more in the nature of provisions that relate with exemptions provided to state agencies and whether they are aligned with the definition of privacy as defined under Kutteswamy 1. The other question is about the regulators' jurisprudence itself. And there, I think, going back to what Shintani was saying, the key thing for a jurisdiction like India, and here I'll take two examples, one domestic example and one international example. What would be extremely necessary is guidances from the Data Protection Authority on specific aspects of the law. So the kind of non-binding guidances, for instance, that we see from SEBI in India, or the kind of Article 29 working party opinions that we've seen for years in the European Union. So I think though there are a lot of aspects of the law where there is a lack of clarity on how as a data processor, as a data fiduciary, you are supposed to uh, meet your legal requirements. And on that, I think what we need is a very active regulator to provide that guidance. The question of specific provisions and the specific issues, the kind you mentioned, which might relate potentially to civil liberties issues, and whether the restrictions that are based on privacy are aligned with our jurisprudence, or they might also relate to specific issues with regard to safe harbor that especially social media intermediaries might have, where we've already seen challenges to the IT intermediary liability guidelines under the IT rules. So those are all, I think, issues that we might see in the future. Those are the two fronts where, given what we know of from the report so far and the positions taken by civil society as well as private actors in the industry, where we could foresee challenges. But I think the bigger issue for a much greater for a much greater demographic, whether it's consumers or whether it is industry players who are going to be governed by this law, is going to be around very, very specific issues of how they are supposed to meet their obligations and what kind of guidance is provided to them. On data localization specifically, I'll just add to, I think, what Ralph was saying. I think so since 2018, when the Sri Krishna committee draft bill came out, which originally recommended data localization, we've had significant discourse in India on the advantages and disadvantages of data localization. And I think a lot of data economy or employment related reasons that have been put forth with regard to data localization don't really hold water. Just because the data is stored in a data center in India doesn't mean that it's going to significantly contribute to the data economy here. There are other ways to facilitate and incentivize that by encouraging companies to contribute to data commons, which might lead to more innovation on that front. On the law enforcement access point is actually a very valid one, because in the current scenario, the MLAT regime that we have is completely broken, and it's not something that law enforcement agents in India can rely on at all. But for that also, I think, like Ralph was saying, there are, for instance, with the US, there are provisions under the Cloud Act where by being party to conventions, by satisfying certain chapters of that act, we could qualify for bilateral and multilateral arrangements, and that could ease. And there also, I think what would be necessary is a more robust legislation, so that the obligations that we would have under those multilateral or bilateral treaties can be discharged satisfactorily.
Okay, great. So I'm going to just quickly throw one brief question at you, Amber, and then move to Shinjini on this. That for organizations and including startups that deal with consumer data, what do you think they should be most worried about? And they will be using, for example, they may be using government systems for KYC. Now, the government entities in those chains will probably be exempt from a lot of the provisions of privacy as in the bill. So clearly, the burden, a lot of the burden goes on to the startup founders or the CEOs of the organizations involved. So is that a fairly worrying thing for organizations and startups dealing with consumer data?
Yes, I mean, I think uh, the most kind of immediate thing that I see, if I have to point to one provision, is the provision with regard to data localization and mirroring of sensitive personal data. And there's a fairly wide category of data which is classified as sensitive personal data for good reason. And the provision talks about both explicit consent from the data principal, but also it talks about uh, kind of the arrangement to be blessed by the DPA in consultation with the central government. And what we don't know at this point is what sort of mechanism, what sort of procedure is going to be followed for that. To what extent are cross-border data transfer arrangements that companies have now, fairly boilerplate arrangements that they rely on and have always relied on, and to what extent are they going to be impacted when this law comes into place, which is where I think more clarity and potentially a phased implementation will be essential. if not reconsidering some of these provisions in the first place.
So essentially, for example, if let's say Shinjini's organization is using a foreign a service which is a global service, it could be a card company or whatever, and they are in turn processing abroad, then there's liability on her to get explicit consent from her customers. Is that what we are seeing here?
Yes, I think the explicit consent liability will come directly the on the data fiduciary, which is actually collecting the data in the first place. What we might also see is perhaps, again, privacy notices are fairly one-sided, and that consent could be built into it by companies, which continues to amplify the issues that we have with the consent model. That is one of the things that we might see. But I think the other aspect which requires the arrangement to actually be approved by the DPA is what I would be more interested in looking at, because there getting consent is not enough. You actually need to satisfy the DPA that this mode of actually data processing, where you are managing your data or transferring your data overseas, is actually valid.
Okay, so Shinjini, I'll just leave the last words to you since we are out of time. From what you've heard, what are your concerns finally as a startup dealing with consumer data with this bill, if it turns out the way it appears it's going to be?
Sure. So, okay. So one thing I'm learning every day, because I've become a startup founder at a late stage, is how much building a consumer friendly product is about the right design of it, right? And therefore, my expectation in turn from the government that is designing something is to have a user friendly design, right? Now, when I say that, what do I mean? Amber just talked about getting approval from the Data Protection Authority. Now, the word used there is it's not approval, it is something, whatever, it is some kind of an approval, right? Now, the thing is that I first draft something which is in consonance with what I've been told, and then I still go and get an approval. But after that, what happens? So, first of all, that should not be required. I know the law. We are all good citizens. We all know red light, green light. We should be able to follow the law. The important thing is that if somebody doesn't follow the law, then the how do you create correct incentives in the market where people that follow the law versus people that don't follow the law, it's not treated in the same way. So effectively what I'm trying to say is that it should not be up for a toss, that if I get caught, I will see what I have to do, and therefore until then I'll be a cowboy, versus somebody who wants to build carefully. So obviously, as a startup, I coming from my legacy that I come from, I'll obviously want to be very very careful, want to build carefully, and I'm not saying that other startups won't, but obviously there'll be all the different types of players. So some people will try to do that versus some people will try to say, okay, let's just do it, and let's. It's already happening in other spaces. You know that, I know that. It's already part of that market, right? That And one of the things that happens is that if you allow more people to get away with lax implementation, because you're so focused on approvals, you're so focused on just getting after what you catch. It's one of the fundamental problems we have. You're so obsessed with taking, you're so embroiled in just nitpicking and micromanaging things that come to you, that what doesn't come to you is something that you never get, which is why in this country millions and millions of people's savings are denied to them by various cheaters. But the industry always is at the end of very complicated implementation. So somewhere I think that's one thing that I will expect. The second thing that I think everybody has spoken about, but to me that's a very very critical one, which is the denial of service. So how do you create a consent architecture in a way that consumers have a simple understanding of saying, so for example, and it's not even hard, it's very easy to say, I'm somebody who's absolutely okay, like my husband, this is what will anybody take from me? So he'll say, okay, take whatever you want, and he really doesn't care. There's a second type of people, somebody like me. I don't care if my data gets aggregated and you take insights from it and you do what you like with it, but I don't want you to use my personal data for anything else, and therefore I will be, I'll do a certain thing. And then there are people who just don't want to be part of that ecosystem even for that. So as long as people understand those things clearly and the consent architecture is simple, people should be able to take one, two, or three, rather than either having to go with everything, whatever the service provider has written in fine print over 35 pages, which cannot be read on the smartphone screen, or getting a denial of service. I think that's kind of the important thing to think about for us.
Excellent. I think that's a great point on the consent architecture and the likely friction it's like, it's likely to bring in if you look at all these steps of, bringing in consent, if, for example, if there is offshore processing and so on. So, okay, we have a lot we could take up from here, but unfortunately we are out of time. So I'd like to thank you all, my fellow panelists, Ralph, Amber, Shinjini. Thanks very much for this. And I think this will be available online for others to see if they haven't yet. And it's back to you, DSCI, and to Samriddhi. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. With that, we come to an end of a very interesting plenary on PDPB, enabling personal liberty, digitization, and innovation. And we'd like to extend our heartiest gratitude to each one of the speakers in the session, all the panelists who shared with us their expertise on the matter. We thank you once again for joining us today. And we've almost come to a close of day 3, the final day of the AISS 2021, which was brought to you by NASSCOM DSCI. But before I invite Ms. Rama Vedashri for a formal vote of thanks and the concluding remarks, once again reminding all of our audiences a quick chance. The next 10-15 minutes you still have that you can accumulate your points on the leaderboard and stand a chance to be one of the winners to win the cash prizes. Please feel free to share with us your feedback on Twitter using the handle @DSCI_Connect. That's what our Twitter handle is. And share with us your experience at AISS 2021, and your feedback is most welcome so we can serve you better in future. And with that, it's been a 3-day full of learning and some very interesting sessions that we managed to line up for you. We hope that you had insightful sessions and you liked the agenda that we prepared. And with that, I'm now going to hand it over to Ms. Rama Vedashri, the CEO at DSCI, for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Samriddhi. So thank you. We bring almost AISS 2021 to a close. Actually, given the richness of the agenda and the interest of the speakers and the delegates, more than 2,000 participants who've joined us on the platform of the last 3 days, I think my team and I can actually go on and extend AISS even over the weekend. But like any conference, we need to close and let you enjoy your weekend, let the speakers and our partners and all the delegates enjoy their weekend with their families. So we have to bring it to a close. So thank you for joining us, particularly the delegates across all the sessions. And we had more than 230 or 230, if I get the count right. I think it's 230 plus speakers over the last 3 days. Actually, while it is a 3-day conference, it's pretty much a 4-day one, because on day 0, as we call it, the day before AISS on Tuesday, we did have some big things lined up, which I will talk about it. And the way the entire agenda has been curated, thanks to the support from all our industry partners and CISOs who give us a lot of ideas throughout the year based on what is of interest to them, what is worrying the CISOs across various sectors, our industry provider ecosystem. We almost had 75 plus sessions, And in this 230 plus speakers, our team, my team and I are extremely pleased with the number of women technology professionals who and leaders who were able to join us. I think we had a very big presence of women leaders who have joined us in this conference across from a very big, large cross section of organizations. Some of the sessions that we had, we just closed a session on the personal data protection bill. Yeah, when the agenda was curated, we didn't know that the P of the personal data protection bill was going to be dropped, and the joint parliamentary committee made it into a data protection bill. We just closed it with that very timely, a day after the joint parliamentary committee tabled it in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. There's so many other sessions, even vertical sessions. There was a session around SOC for roti environment, insurance sector, data protection, privacy and data sharing practices based on the National Digital Health Mission. So there was a sectoral focus to some of the discussions in this AISS as always, but I think we went a little deeper this time. And many other topics of relevance to our industry across various verticals. There was one around data governance strategy, then the digital resiliency, of course, and we looked at how the entire hybrid work. We did a lot of work around work from home, and now as we move into the 2022, I think organizations are gearing up for a mid to long term hybrid work roadmap on what needs to be done at an enterprise level. We've had all these, and interestingly, we had a focus around how can we focus our attention towards diversity and inclusion in the domain in cybersecurity. I had an opportunity to be part of that panel with some eminent panel members. Overall, the number of partner organizations and industry members who brought in their senior leaders, technologists to deliver workshops, master classes, and also keynotes. I think, if I'm not wrong, we had more than 20 plus keynotes where global technology companies, startups, services companies, all of them brought their best minds together to be able to deliver those workshops. And some of the themes were around, of course, the most topical themes: zero trust, cloud security, governance, risk, and compliance. I think those keynotes and masterclasses in the span of 3 days, we were able to get so many diverse perspectives and experiences and expertise in those sessions. For those of you all who could not catch it, I encourage you all to look at our YouTube channel. Most of these sessions will be available live on our website. I encourage those who could not catch any one of these keynotes or workshops or any one of the panels, please do learn them and share it with your teams. Overall, the agenda had, I said, we started on day zero, which is on the 14th of this, on Tuesday. We had a hackathon which we partner with EY, where this time we saw the contestants, not just the number of contestants, but from the kind of teams that people came from. It was a hotly contested capture the flag hackathon, and the winners were announced yesterday at the award ceremony. We've had some launches. We had a research report on the industry, cybersecurity industry landscape, the services and products growth story. And we also launched or released this new cybercrime investigation manual, which is our third edition, that was done by our CCITR team in Bangalore, with support from several officers from law enforcement and forensic specialists. And we also had it was a closed door training, like a training program or a workshop for women leaders in security, on a lot to do about how do you move ahead on a career growth path in security and in the leadership journey in cyber for women. That was an interesting thing that we did on day zero on the 14th of this month. And as we move forward, we looked at, I think the biggest highlight of AISS has always been the DSCI Excellence Awards. It was hotly contested this year, and some of the, particularly the new categories that we introduced. So DSCI Excellence Awards was a big draw yesterday. We saw from law enforcement category, from product, the innovation box that we hosted on day one. We had 5 startups fighting it out to impress the jury on their product, on their business roadmap, and what exactly is the problem that they're solving and what is the unique selling proposition that they have to offer. So we had that innovation box challenge winner. And of course, the Corporate Excellence category awards across banking, critical information infrastructure, Privacy Leader of the Year, Security Leader of the Year, some post-pandemic. We had all those winners, both the hackathon winners, finalists and winners, and the Excellence Awards. I would like to congratulate once again, all over again, all the finalists and the winners, and also those who have actually partnered with us. I mean, who have been, competing in these awards year on year and submitting those nominations. So if you're not the finalist, I think it's still the fact that you have nominated yourself, and there would be some best practices from the winners and the finalists is something that we hope to be sharing. I'm sure some of these best practices will come out either in a summary of what we have learned from all the award nominees and the organizations and what they've done better or different from the rest of us. And of course, some of these will also be shared as we conduct a lot of webinars and all of that. We've had the privilege of having some dignitaries join us. I would like to particularly thank the DG CERT for joining us in the opening plenary, Mr. Dr. Sanjay Bail, Mr. Ajay Sani, who took time from his busy schedules, particularly when parliament sessions are on, and deliver the address yesterday at the Excellence Awards, and also give away quite a little, many of the awards winners were felicitated by him. And also two of my senior colleagues, Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman DSCI, and NASCOM President Ms. Devjani Ghosh, who joined us. I would like to thank them for that. And all the industry speakers who have taken the time. I know, thanks to the current crisis the CISO teams are facing, they were all really stretched over the last 2-3 days. But many of them, because of the commitment they've made to the session, they took time and joined us while they were telling us that they and their teams were a little, tied up all through the night solving some problems. But I would really like to thank every speaker who joined us, shared their experiences. It's not just that 1 hour, 30 minutes. There's so much time they give to be able to all the pre-work that happens for the session, the discussions, give their insights on how the session can be structured better. So it's not just that 40 minutes or 1 hour. They do give us significant amount of time. So my heartfelt gratitude to anyone who joins us as a speaker, commits their time, and is willing to share their expertise and learning. Today we had the third edition of the Cyber Forensics Sub Summit, something that our cybercrime investigation and forensics team from Bangalore has been hosting. So they've had the Cyber Forensics Pathshala. And today we had the opportunity of having Honorable Justice Mr. Talwant Singh and Praveen Sood, IGP from Karnataka State, DGP from Karnataka State, who joined us, and we had the Cybercrime Investigation Manual, third edition, that was launched. So I would like to thank both of them for joining us and helping us launch this book, which hopefully will be a great value add for training of law enforcement officers in all the state police academies, judiciary, and of course, National Police Academy and any forensic institute. And my team's gratitude and thanks to more than 42 sponsors, partners, and exhibitors who join us. Their support means a lot to us. If I can request Jatin to have have that slide flashed, please. All of them who actually bring and advises also on the themes, because many of these organizations and their technology and business leaders engage globally. They engage globally with customers. They always bring us those contemporary themes that are relevant to the security privacy community. They bring their subject matter experts. Some of the speakers would have woken up at in whatever time zone they're in. They would have woken up and joined us to be able to participate in this platform, because in this 16th edition, I think people look forward to be able to not just speak, but to be able to contribute in the community of the security privacy professionals that engage with us with DSEI. And last but not the least, doing a virtual conference of this scale with plenary sessions, master classes, keynotes. Some of them had deep dive technical demos, 4 to 5 parallel sessions at any point of time. requires a very strong technology and a platform partner. So my team and I would like to thank Zadil and this entire team who have helped us host this, customize this entire UI that they've created, innumerable number of dry runs, coordination with speakers. So thank you, Zadil team, for helping us host this very successfully with this kind of complexity and scale and creating this speaker delegate experience. And I would yesterday we hosted our Excellence Awards. That's again a different technology experience to be able to create that for the delegates of AISs and of course the award winners and the dignitaries who were felicitating. So I would like to thank the Brand Day team who have helped us host for the second year in a row the awards function in a virtual mode. And there's a lot that goes into creating a conference of this in terms of the collateral, the way we do outreach with delegates and speakers, and creating this experience where there's so much communication and outreach we do. So I'd like to thank the team from Creativity who have always been partnering with us in the entire outreach and collateral material. Last but not the least, my own team, the DSCI team. There's a It's almost, I must confess, that I do the least work at AISS. Otherwise, the rest of the team, led by Vinayak, the whole team of DSCI, it's almost all hands on deck. That's not a cliche when it comes to AISS. Everybody in the team contributes to its success, whether it's the technical team, events team, admin team, the membership team, which engages with all the members to join us at the conference and speak at the conference, and the communications team. Our teams from our three institutions or three centers that we have: National Center of Excellence, the CCR team in Bangalore, or the Hyderabad Center of Excellence, right? The entire team, everyone contributes to it. So my heartfelt gratitude to the entire team and to all the speakers and delegates who coordinate. And there's so much follow-ups we do with them. We disturb you at all times of the day to come on for a dry run or share your, if you're a moderator, I think we disturb you even more. If you're chairing a session, we disturb you even more. So thank you for all of that, for engaging with my team and making this entire AISS a big success. So I really dip my hat or take a bow to everybody who has contributed to the success, particularly partner organizations, all the industry members, and Zadel, Creativity, Brand Aid, and of course my entire team. Thank you so much.